All right, everyone, welcome to a special edition here on the IWM Broadcast Network. Here we are doing the Old St. Nick 500 here. It's a paid money race here on the iRacing platform. It is in Talladega and it is trucks. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday afternoon. I'm Rick Souza here in the booth with Jordan Booth here. Jordan, it's going to be this is a very interesting format.
Yeah, the heats going into the feature should be fun to have a little excitement before we get to the main show.
Absolutely. So how this is going to work, folks, is we'll get more in depth. But right now they're about to go to qualifying in a few minutes, and then once we get done with qualifying, that sets the heat racing. And then from the heats, that will determine starting order in our feature event. Again, we are at here at Talladega, 500 miles, 188 laps today in the Truck Series.
Yeah, gonna be a long one. Gonna test endurance as well as skill, but at the end of the day, the best man shall win.
Absolutely great group of features. Just getting a new count here. Let's double check here. Over 33 right now have registered for entry. We should I think anything over 35 was the what we felt we'd see today. So we've got well on our way to that. Uh, Great. I would say a broad skill set of drivers here. Some well-knowns in the iRacing world with varying licenses, everything from that top of the line black license all the way down through your everyday garden variety iRacing competitors.
Yeah, but as you know, Rick, the great equalizer, the draft, restrictor plate racing, it's gonna be a toss-up, and just because you have that vegetable garden license plate does not rule you out here.
Absolutely true. So a little bit about let's cover maybe about today's race info, and we'll get to that in a little bit. So again, we're at Talladega for the Old St. Nick 500, sponsored by JW Paints and Graphics. Uh, you also buy Flying Aces TV and CCR Chris Carter Racing. We've got a main event, as we talked about. There is 188 laps, not 500 laps. What are they thinking here? It is 500 miles. That's a little bit better. 188 laps, 6 sets of tires. But Jordan, tires here at Talladega, is that really a big thing?
No, they shouldn't matter. If you're gonna take a full tank of fuel, you'll have time to change 2 tires. So if we're taking green flag pit stops, I'd like to see alternating right and left side tires. But at the end of the day, I don't think you need to change tires once here if you don't feel like it.
And again, we think that fuel windows between 28 and 32 laps. We'll know better once the drivers are out there. We'll update you to that. This is Talladega and it's truck racing. I've seen these guys race before, Jordan, and I wouldn't be surprised. I expect to see three wide. I wouldn't be surprised at some point to see four or more as this race progresses.
Yeah, the wideness at Talladega really lends itself to that, but the trouble area with 4 wide is going to be the tri-oval going down into turn 1. The painted lines on the track will expand to 4 lanes through the tri-oval and then condense back down to 3 as soon as you get to turn 1. So look for that to be a trouble spot, especially in the heats as they're really short and everybody's going to be trying to get everything they can.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're just a minute or so away from going to qualifying. Right now, the racers are just wrapping up. See, that's Corey Cheney on track. We're not interviewing with the winner, that's for sure. Not yet, anyway.
So he wouldn't be upset to see that graphic of with his name on it at the end of the day.
Absolutely not. That's a little better. And the points, that current 15th place, I think that's just where we were in practice at the time. And just like that, we're uh, we're headed to qualifying, and qualifying should be to set the positions for our heat races.
One thing to keep an eye on here will be to see if teammates end up in the same heat as each other. You know, having one or two teammates working with you in the heats could be the difference between starting up in the top 10 and staying in front of the calamity that might be at the beginning of this race, or being right in the middle of it.
All right. So if you're unfamiliar with how this works on iRacing, in effect, everybody is qualifying at the same time. They've all got 5 minutes to get it done. But here at Talladega, really your first lap is going to be your best lap.
Yeah, and it looks like they've changed the session to reflect that, only giving these guys one flying lap to complete it. So see how fast they can get them wound up here, ripping the top through 3 and 4 on their opening lap. And then really the important part is going to be to see how people cut it down. You know, you're going to see some people, like we see on track, cut it down coming out of 4 here as Jim Duda, you know, kind of that little early exit to the corner, getting it kind of down low. And then here in the trial, we're going to be really important to get a really good run down and kind of use the banking to help propel yourself down into turn 1 and start your lap.
Get riding on board with Jim here in the 053. See, he's hugging that yellow line down there at the meeting of the apron to the tracking center.
Yeah, making sure to keep it nice and tidy. Try and turn the wheel as little as you can, and make sure you also don't clip that apron. I mean, you want to get right on top of it, but if you overstep it, that could be the difference between qualifying 5th and 25th.
Now they've repainted that yellow line. See, it's a bit wider than it used to be.
Yeah, it kind of invites you to think you can get a little closer than what you used to be able to, but it's all about risk reward here for these guys. I think you just kind of want to set yourself up decent for the heat and go from there. But we'll see where Jim can do here as he's coming across the line to complete his qualifying.
Begin to see some times begin to trickle in.
See, everybody who's qualifying also, one thing that's kind of the unknown variable is the wind. The wind's going to be slightly different for everybody, and that could be almost half a tenth of time difference. It's almost like playing roulette and putting it all on zero here at qualifying at these big tracks like this. But it looks like so far Jim's time, he must have caught a good wind, kept it clean as he's on top here with 8 guys finished. Oh, and as I say that,
That's always going to happen. Now, one thing we'll make you aware of here as we're calling it out, this is a hosted session here on iRacing, which sometimes means that the paint scheme on the car doesn't always match up to what's on the tower there. We'll do our best. We're going to focus on the paint, the number on the car, and do our best to follow that up with that's the most easily identifiable versus the number that iRacing is tracking, but we'll do our best.
it looks like we have almost a 4-way tie there. Almost a dead heat there between 1st and 4th through qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely crazy how tight that is. But then again, this qualifying is going to determine exactly where you wind up in the heat races. And then from there, once the results are done from the heat racing, that'll be your placement in the feature event. So we'll do our best to keep up with that as qualifying is getting close to wrapping up. There are just a few drivers left out there, some celebrating their successes, I guess.
Nothing wrong with practicing your victory burnouts. You got to think positively to finish positively.
That's right.
The John Ward out on the track right now. He hasn't completed a lap, and with the remaining time in qualifying, I don't know if he'll get to finish this lap. So it looks like he'll be coming from the back of his heat race.
I don't think that's a bad place to be, and sort of that comes down to strategy that we can talk through a bit too. You've got a lot of entries, 36 entries in. And we're going to go right to heat racing in a second here. All right, let's get this figured out. And let's show a grid. Let's give a second here to... That's pretty darn close there. All right, let's at least get the grid going on here. All right, starting in row 1, Nathan Harper and John Forbes. You got Cody Nagels and Alex Hill in row 2. Row 3, Richard Elliott and Brian Hennings. Row 4 is going to be Ethan Eckhart and Stephen Miles. Row 5, Rick Jaworka and Joshua McCullough. And row 6, Jacob Drift Gullich and J.W. Sayers. Row 7, Garrett Jenkins and Kenneth McCullough. Row 8, Buster Malcolm and Wyatt Gray. And I think that's it.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have about 12 cars in each heat. 36 divided by 3, I think that's 12.
It's good math in there.
So gonna have a small field here, so for those guys who didn't qualify towards the front, or if they chose not to, not gonna be too bad of amount of trucks to work with, but there is gonna be a lot less energy in this pack, as we're not gonna have very many trucks, so it might be hard to get the 3rd and 4th lanes started, but we'll have to see.
All right, as soon as this everybody gets posted up, we'll get this heat underway. Again, each heat is 9 laps, goes relatively quickly here. Everybody gets to come back for the feature, but this really is where you're going to wind up. Now, a lot of guys will hang to the back. You know, sometimes these fields are inverted, but we'll see how this all plays out.
Yeah, I'd expect it to get pretty exciting pretty fast. 9 laps to work with. You got to think that first lap you're going to get up to speed, so you really got 8 up to speed laps to see what you can do. So I would expect that these guys at the back are going to try and make some pretty bold and daring moves. I would not expect contact to be rare.
Anybody who tuned in for our Thanksgiving Gobble Gobble 500 knows that is absolutely the case. We had all kinds of door banging going on for sure, especially in these heat races.
Should be exciting to see kind of what they can pull off. Obviously, track's going to be wide enough. It's just are the trucks going to be skinny enough to fit?
About to find that out. Again, thanks for tuning in here to the IWM Broadcast channel. If you get an opportunity to click that subscribe button, that would be awesome. We certainly would appreciate adding you to our IWM Broadcast family.
Kind of getting sorted. Gonna wait for this pace truck to drop off, and then one thing to remember here at Talladega is that the start-finish line is not where it's located at most tracks. Most tracks have a start-finish line kind of right in the middle of that tri-oval, but instead here you get a whole tri-oval to work with, and then about halfway down that short chute. So could come into play with the tri-oval getting real dicey.
All right, our pace car has dropped off. This puts it in the hands of John Forbes. As they start to enter and get ready to hit that start-finish line. All right, underway in our first heat race in tonight's Old St. Nick 500.
Looks like as we got 3 wide already forming there in the back rows, but looks like everybody's staying nice and tight to each other. Good forming up here. Looks like the inside line's going to be a little tighter than the top. The top tends to get a run off the corner here, so we'll have to see which row can push better.
Yeah, a few drivers really experimenting with that line down out there at the apron. Already 3 wide.
Yeah, it looks like the 02 tried to go with Nathan to the top. Got hung out there a little bit as the 52 decided to duck right in the middle of him. Gonna set him back, but I would not be surprised to see that very top lane start to get some momentum built up and try to charge back up there.
All right. That high line kind of broke apart a bit as these drivers are racing down here to get our first lap on the books. 52 of Rick Javorky, I think, will be credited for getting that first lap.
Certainly looks like the gloves have already came off. Seeing a lot of aggressive moves, a lot of quick lane shifts. So we see the one truck try and squeeze up there to the top. Gonna get shut off pretty quickly there, but would not be surprised to see him either duck it to the middle or try and find that right rear of the 02 again.
Big, strong pushes happening here. So somebody duck out there a second ago. Start that third lane for him.
It looks like all the momentum is right up there next to the wall. It seems like you can get really good runs off the corners and propel yourself down these long straightaways here. It just leaves yourself open to the big middle move. Really hard to block it. And then if you give up the right rear, also you're kind of hosed there. So we see him kind of duck down to the middle, trying to squeeze the bottom here, kill the run at the bottom. Might try and get off the corner, and then probably go back out to the wall here on the backstretch and try and carry the momentum.
Right on board here with Malik Ray. Let's see what's happening inside.
You get a big shove there from the 2 of John Ward, gonna then give it back to the 25 of Nathan Harper, but you can just see all the little tiny shifts of the wheel trying to keep that thing settled and planted. One advantage that these trucks do have over the next gen car, for example, is the way the bumpers line up. Very flat rear bumpers, very flat front bumpers, so they're able to kind of get aggressive and push more offset of the truck in front of them than you could in most cars and spin each other out. So these guys are going to be able to kind of give each other some good slam drafting and push each other forward and get some good momentum going. See a big move there to Malik to get to the bottom, trying to go for the lead. Looks like it's going to be 3 wide here coming through the tri-oval to see who can lead this lap. Big momentum from the top 2 lanes as Malik kind of hung out to dry there on the bottom, looking for somebody to come save him. Thing that I'm noticing early here, Rick, is it seems like the top's the way to go to get to the front, and then it's almost like they get to the front and try and go down to the bottom and try and kind of protect it, and they just go straight to the back again.
Yeah, you can definitely see that there's a huge risk reward here, and this whole field has almost inverted since we started.
Yeah, going from the back to the front, the back to the front. But one dude who's kind of stuck out to me, has kind of been at the front this whole time, is Nathan Harper. I don't think we've seen him much lower than about 5th or 6th there. He's doing a good job of managing the lanes and keeping himself out front.
Just 5 laps to go here in the first heat race. Nathan Harper's out in front.
Big accordion effects there in that middle lane in the middle of the corner. You could see them all pushing each other, trying to go forward. Nowhere really to go. Just that run that the top lane gets off these corners is just going to be so hard to overcome. You're going to have to get some really strong pushes and some really, really well-timed side drafts to get that bottom to work right now, it looks like.
Solid run by the 25 of Harper, continues to lead here with just a handful of laps left, and really about lap 2 things will get a little bit crazy as Is this an opportunity? If you're sitting back there, third, fourth, fifth, it's time to make your move, and we'll see that quickly in the last lap or two.
Yeah, one thing you might want to look out for is if you get on that top lane, you might be able to do a little island hopping, which is basically kind of lag back to the guy behind you, get a big run on the guy in front of you, hopefully side draft him back, and then slide right back up in front of him, kind of pick him off one at a time. Because right now it doesn't look like the bottom's able to get anything generated.
Looking at that 24, Stephen Miles right there sitting in second. Third, you got the 0-2 of Richard Elliott. Back there is Malik Ray, waiting to pounce. But on the low side, you've got that 60.
So you can tell they did a really good job there, keeping it nice and tidy there along the bottom. And have a really nice run here. Some big pushes coming out of that 74.
A lot of action here as we're down to our last couple of laps. Here's the big push on the 24 or the 25 of Harper. With Stephen Miles and Brian Hennings down there on the low side. Oh, a lot of moving here, a lot of door banging.
Like Harper got caught in the sucker hole there, gonna have to fall back, get kind of saved there, now try and truck forward again.
That pushes the 60 of, that's Garrett Jenkins. And again, forgive us, our numbers don't line up with the paint on the cars of the trucks for a number of these drivers, so we'll do our best to pick that up. So.
Be interesting to see here. Garrett Jenkins is clear of the bottom two lanes. He's going to stick with the bottom, likes the pushes that he's getting. That's going to open up the potential for a big run to come there out of the 34-24 on track of Stephen Miles. Getting big pushes from Malik Ray behind him.
Final lap halfway completed here as these drivers are through the last couple of turns and going into turn 3.
Gonna have to look here. Malik Ray lagged back a little bit. Should have a big run if he stays connected to by Glodich.
Oh, it gets spun. 14 goes around. Whatever happens here, happens here. There will be no cautions here in these heat races.
It's like Malik's gonna look to the top.
Oh,
Not quite able to get there.
And that's a heat race.
Don't think it'd be a heat race if they weren't crashing across the line.
All right, that's heat race number 1 in the books. I'm sure bring up results here.
It was good until it wasn't there. Still ill-timed block. Led to some misfortune for some, but...
All right, just like that, there's our heat race 1 results. Stephen Miles, Malik Ray, and Richard Elliott. J.W. Sawyers at 4 and Brian Hennings in 5th. And with that, we'll go ahead, Jordan.
It just looks like some of those guys, they qualified up front, and then it kind of inverted on themselves in the heat race. So it could be a trend to kind of look at where some guys, they might be able to qualify really well, but then it comes to a race situation and not quite able to perform up to it. So I have to see if the next 2 heat races kind of follow that same path, or if somebody can go to wire.
All right, starting John Forbes in P1 with Alex Hill to the outside. In row 2, Cody Nagels with Ethan Eckert to the outside. Sorry, Vicente Guerrero to the inside. Cody Chaney to the outside. Nathan Harper to the inside. Just see Nathan Harper?
Yeah, I think that our graphic doesn't really like the heat race kind of format here. Looks like it's reverting back to a mix of heat races and qualifying.
All right, we'll just do our best to keep you up to date. But right now, heat number 2 is underway. Again, 9 laps, top 12 drivers.
Looks like we're going to have Sean Hill and Ethan Eckert leading us to the green flag of this heat. So we'll have to see what they can do. Ethan's normally a pretty good super speedway racer from what I've seen. He Seems to find himself at the front a lot of times. Very aggressive, so we'll have to see what he can pull off here.
All right, Alex Hill will be in charge of this restart. That's that 77 truck right there. It may show 31 on the tower, but makes it an interesting event. So
why would we make it easy on ourselves? Where's the challenge?
It certainly is a challenge for us. They certainly made it. All right. Drivers are making their way down into the tri-oval. This car drops off. As we get heat race number 2 underway, drivers enter the O'Reilly Auto Parts restart zone. And Alex Hill jumps out to an early lead right there and moves up to the top of the line.
Yeah, you saw that those two trucks on the top got formed up pretty good. Couldn't afford to miss it. Top lane, good formation for about 5 or 6 trucks there. Bottom lane already becoming irrelevant.
Yeah, field breaking apart, but already some contact. The 03 is caught up in it.
Going to be unfortunate for McCullough there. As you said, no cautions here in the heat races, so it looks like his chances of having a good starting spot for this feature are going to be over already.
That's Kenneth McCullough right there. Fortunately getting tangled up there on this first lap.
Looks like he was just trying to kind of slide up there, join the top lane, join the freight train, and just misjudged it a little bit. But thankfully for him, it is a heat race, not the feature, so just have to come from the back.
So in that first lap, we saw pretty much the entire field move up into one line, but somebody back there is trying to get this started back up. That's the 58 right there of Michael Johns. He's looking for some help.
Yeah. I think what he tried to do is that kind of island hopping thing that I referred to, where you kind of build up a run and try and slide up in a position ahead of where you were running before. Just didn't quite work out. Everybody's doing a good job of maintaining their gaps. Now he's the last truck in line, so he's going to try it again. Can he slide up? There he goes. Got himself a position by doing it. So just kind of have to, with everybody lined up like this, it seems to be about your only option. As we see one truck, the 00, nabbed the wall a little bit there off of 4. See if that creates some too wide racing.
Then this pack is beginning to spread out a little bit.
33 and 26 are going to try and push each other and get that inside line to work. Doing an okay job of it for now.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit of help, and there comes some help there with the Dale Cup driver.
Yeah, that really helps the 33 kind of get that draft effect from the truck in front of him, but unfortunately it pulled him off of the nose of the 26. Now they're not linked up quite as good as they were before. Going to be tough for them to get linked back up. It looks like they're going to be falling to the back here. It's like these guys kind of got the memo from the first heat, where the top lane was just so dominant that everybody kind of took the message and said, we got to get up there now and try and avoid losing positions. But this could give an opportunity for some of those guys running, maybe 6th to 9th in line on the top to jump down, try and get linked up on the bottom, because at the end of the day they're not going to go any further back. So I'd suggest probably from about the 11 truck on back on that top lane, good for them to try and jump out.
They're making every effort they can to try and get that inside line to work. 4 trucks trying to make it happen, but that broke apart.
Yeah, Galati kind of didn't get the memo of let's all work together to try and push our line to the forward. Made it 3 wide there. Gonna kind of break apart all of it. Looks like they're going to go to the back again and have to try it again. But, still a decent amount of time here. 5 laps to go. So maybe, get back in line and try and build that run up and take it again. But right now, it looks like Hill and Eckert are doing a good job of just being calm with the pushes, doing what they need to do to keep that top lane out front.
Key here in the early in these laps is just to remain relevant. You just got to not make a mistake, stay with the main pack, take every opportunity you've got, but at the same time, don't make a stupid mistake that unfortunately will take you out of the show.
I mean, it looks like these guys at the back are trying to get that bottom lane form, but just being 3 wide's just really hurting them. If they could get about 4 trucks lined up on the bottom, they'd have a chance just with all the stack ups that the back of the top line's going to get. But they really have to get formed up better. You see the 0-0 tag the wall again. That could cause some shakeup.
Yeah, that's just going to it's going to really affect. It's not really so much with air. Oh, there we go. A major contact there. 3 drivers go around again. No cautions here in the heat. That's going to take those 3 drivers out. That's Joey Galati, Paul Witt involved, as well as Tucker McClendon. Those drivers are all in. They've got meatballs for at least 2 of those trucks. Well, that takes care of that inside line pretty much, Jordan.
Yeah, now it kind of creates the opportunity for these guys, especially the 33 truck of Craighead. We've seen him really try and get that bottom lane working, so now he's kind of lost all his buddies that he had, so we'll have to see what he can do here, try and form a run and get himself back up there. But I would say this might create even more of an opportunity for somebody like the 11 of Cheney to try out that inside line, knowing now he's going to lose even less positions if it doesn't work.
I think this pack is about to roll up on the 03 of Kenneth McCullough. He's been out there running by himself. And that's one of the things you really can't, you've got to avoid at all costs here at Talladega because this pack is so much faster. About 5 seconds faster has a pack versus a single car per lap.
Yeah, one thing McCullough is very happy to see, though, is that wreck of those 3 trucks. Might be able to pick up some extra starting spots here for the heat. As we see, looked like that top lane moved down to take the draft. As we see the 64 of Mesowitz try and take it down to the inside.
Yeah, a few more takers there as well.
McCullough might not be up here racing for spots, but if he could join this draft, it might help out some of these guys, get a little bit more energy back in the pack that just lost so much of those 3 trucks leaving. These top 5 trucks have kind of broke away a little bit.
Yeah, that little incident certainly helped out the 03. He's now found himself in 9th, up from the 12th where he was earlier.
The inside move by the 64 and the 33 helped propel them. Now they're running 4th and 5th on the top. Jump Barksdale on the 0-0. Seeing the 0-0 kind of nab the wall a couple times, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that, especially for the feature. But another truck now added to this main pack, so a little bit more energy coming through it as we get to the white flag.
White flag flies here in feature number 2. Alex Hill out in front, but Jordan, we sure do know that at these features leading it may not even be the best way to be.
Yeah, as we see that 64, he tried to make a move to the inside and got a bad bump there. Able to hang on to it, but that's going to kill his chances of a decent finish here in the heat. But now look for this 14 truck. I think he's been the one, Guerrero, he's been the one to kind of poke his nose out here and there. As there he goes. He's going to the inside. And he's going to have the 0-0 follow him.
Okay, the 77 of Alex Hill came down and blocked him, and unfortunately that's took out the leader, Alex Hill. Big wrecking. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and everybody is wrecked. The only 2 to find themselves through to Guerrero and Johns.
Wow. All right, that covers the...
Just a missed time block there from Sean Hill. He had the block originally, then it looked like he almost doubted himself just a little bit. That sent him around, but Guerrero able to pick his way through there with a great move going to the bottom, pick up that heat win.
Looking for results for Heat 2. That has not officially posted yet because all those drivers with their wall contact there and that wrecking going on. No results posting as of yet.
I think that is the calamity that we precisely expected in these heat races, though. I mean, it's the difference between starting, the top 5 versus 20th. So it's no money's up for grabs here, but definitely want to win them.
Yep, and lovely iRacing has decided that they are not going to provide us with the results of that.
Like here, looks like for Heat 2, we had Vicente Guerrero picking up the win, Michael Johns in second, Sean Hill in third, Joey Mesowitz in fourth, and Ethan Eckert in fifth there for Heat 2. Down that heat, though, we did only have 7 out of the 12 trucks finish on the lead lap, so a little bit more calamity than Heat 1, so we'll see if Heat 3 even ramps it up even more than what Heat 2 was.
All right, let's see if we can get to row 6 here of our grid. All right, John, no, that's not right. I guess it is. Maybe not.
Looks like on iRacing officially we do have Cody Neagles starting first here, flanked by Joshua McCullough. Wyatt Gray going to be third. There it is. Jim Duda in fourth. Mark Person starting fifth here. Gregory Thompson in sixth. Hunter Hastings in seventh. Sean Stevens in eighth. Bobby Hadaway in ninth. Logan York 10th. And rounding us out in row 6 will be Larry McDonald and William Scott Jr.
That worked so much easier than the last time. All right, final heat race of the night, day before we get started with our main event.
See if these guys have been paying attention. We'll have to see if that top lane is as dominant as it has been in both the first 2 heats. Predominantly though in Heat 2 it looked like it was just a freight train around the top, so we'll have to see what these guys do. Wait and see.
Cody Nagel's out in front. He will have Josh McCullough to the outside. Final heat race of the night.
We got these last 9 hectic laps before we get to the 188 laps. So these guys could kind of use this, Heat 3, a little tune-up here, practicing for the end of the race and stay fresh. We'll have to see if being the last heat has any help versus being in the first heat. The pace car's going to dive off, leaving the fields in the hand of Cody Neagles.
Got that Wyatt Gray is behind him. And here we are underway for our third and final heat race here at Talladega.
Both lanes look pretty formed up here. Cody Neagles decides to take his truck to the top to see if they can get that same runoff of 2 that we've seen the other 2 heats get on these restarts. So we see 3 wide further on back in the pack already.
Oh, already some big movement.
Like 3 trucks had to go cover it up, leave themselves a little exposed here. So you see the 18 truck, 77 pushing him.
Yeah, the 18 is Wyatt Gray out there on that low line, making that work.
Big run off the top though for Cody Neagles. See 3 wide, barely there. You're getting a little wiggly there through the tri-oval.
Big pushing going on door to door here as that high line storms off, but the 0-1 there in the middle, that's Logan York trying to make it work, drops down to that low line, didn't play out. All right, tries it again. Fortunately, that sets someone up in the middle to be that lone guy, but he's got a little bit of help. All kinds of action on track.
So Logan York's going to be our or wild card here. It looks like he's had a little trouble keeping that truck fully underneath him so far. A little wiggly, but he's also been making some of the biggest moves, so we'll have to see what he can pull off here. But it looks like everybody's starting to migrate up towards that wall, getting those run off the corners and starting to establish that top lane dominance once again.
Yeah, definitely some lessons learned from those previous heats. That high line seems to make it work.
You see Logan York there further on back, dirt tracking it, going into one, trying to slide up into that top lane. Not often you see tire smoke coming off of trucks here at Dega unless they're wrecking, so way to hang on to it there, but looks like we're starting to see that top lane just build up the numbers again, everybody kind of abandoning that bottom lane, and if you're unfortunately stuck down in it, just go into the back.
Good shot from inside of Joshua McCullough's 7 here. Right behind your leader, Cody Nagels. You see that big bump? You don't get a whole lot of visibility here when you're pushing somebody.
Not at all, especially with how tight you have to be in these trucks to really get that draft going. But one thing I have noticed, we'll see if they do it here in 1 and 2, but I have noticed in the corners he obviously backs off trying to let it breathe. Not so much this time, but a couple laps ago I saw Cody Nagels kind of dip his truck half a lane to a full lane lower, kind of leaving that top lane open, kind of like you see there. Trying to get Joshua some fresh air into that truck, knowing how easily these trucks overheat. Because obviously if you're overheating you can't push as well. So anything that these guys can do to save a couple degrees of temperature in the corners is very beneficial for that pushing truck.
Yeah, that's one thing we really haven't talked much about, is that when you are tucked under the other truck that close, all your truck is ingesting is a lot of hot air, which, as you said, Jordan, it tends to overheat, and we've seen people blow up just from pushing like that.
Yeah, you'll see it, especially in these features. You know, these guys are going to be pushing with all their might. As you see the bottom lane, Logan York, the wild card, making moves again, pushed by Wyatt Gray. Wyatt's tucked up nice and tight. Logan York clear, and he makes the move up to the top.
Logan York is a gambling man, Jordan.
Oh yeah, he's putting his money where his truck is right now. He's betting on himself to make the right moves, and now he's found himself leading the dominant lane here. I have to say, these features though are really nice to kind of see what other people have. You know, we see Logan very aggressive here, blocking both lanes instead of just kind of predominantly staying in one. But one thing I was impressed about was Wyatt Gray able to push the bottom lane all the way up to the front. That'd be somebody who I'd want to maybe have on my back bumper in the feature race later.
Yeah, because you've got teammates for sure in this. Most people have teammates, but at the same time, you've got to figure out who you can trust.
For sure, you know. Yes, you want to work with your teammates, but sometimes, you know, as much as you love your teammates, they may not be the best drafting buddies. So being able to find those couple of guys that you just seem to work well with and able to push and trust each other is really important here. And these features are a good time to learn that. You know, earlier we've seen some wrecks, and you know, maybe they tend not to trust that guy as much. But you know, if I was Logan and I saw Wyatt behind me, I'd have a lot of faith in him to get me to the front.
Cody Nagels right there in that 6 truck behind Logan York. No stranger to truck racing here at Talladega, to money racing. Solid competitor.
You know, one thing, not so much here in the features is, you know, there's really no money up for grabs in these features. It's more so just a test run, trying to get up there towards the front as best you can for qualifying, have good pit selection. But you know, one thing that's not sung about is the nerves that some of these guys might face in the feature races. You know, there's a lot of money up for grabs here. And if you've never been in the position where there's money up for grabs and you have to perform it, it can either help you to elevate to a new level you haven't realized before, or it can really hurt you and the nerves and anxiety overcome you. So having that experience like he has is going to be really beneficial for him.
Logan York is trying to make that truck the whole 3 or 4 lanes wide here as he bounces from the upper lane to the lower lane, looking to keep that lane in check.
Yeah. This bottom lane, it's like McDonald, and fortunately I don't quite know what number that is. I think it's Hadaway is there pushing him, but they're doing a good job there of keeping the bottom lane relevant. I don't think Logan York's doing that top lane any favors by continuing to dip down into it. I think if he just stay in the top lane would be more prevalent. But you know, he's making that truck wide, doing what he has to do. As we have only about a lap and a half to go here in this heat.
A couple drivers find themselves in the middle there, trying to find a way to the front. They need a little bit of help, and here goes Logan York down again to try to stifle that 80 of Larry McDonald, and then comes right back up.
As we stay, 44 squeezes there into the top lane on top above the 7, forcing him to the middle. All this jostling here with these top 2 lanes has really let this 80 truck have a chance here as we get the white flag. Going to be 3 by 3 here going into 1.
This is what we expect to see here with these drivers in this type of event. Logan York finds himself right there in the middle. Cody Nagels to the outside. There's a little bit of about a truck or so, 2-truck lead right now as we go down the backstretch.
Yeah, one thing you see now though, it looks like both the 44 and 18 are clear of the bottom. So Cody Nagels gonna have his hands full here, trying to block here out of 4. There goes the 44 truck down to the bottom. We're gonna see contact. Gonna be a drag race between these 2.
18 goes around, now it's door to door between Cody Nagels, Hunter Hastings. Still door to door, making it through the tri-oval.
He's gonna push him into the wall there, and Hunter Hastings gonna take the win.
That's exactly what I expected to see here.
Would expect nothing less out of a heat race there, but one thing I will say, I don't think Nagels is going to be very happy with how he did that. So, you know, I don't expect him to cut him very many breaks in the feature, and, you know, they're going to be starting pretty close to each other here.
All right, that wraps up our heat races. That will determine our starting grid here. And there is a couple minutes, I think, of a warm-up, which gives us a chance to breathe.
Yeah, it might not be the worst idea for some of these drivers. I know tempers are probably a little hot there after that wreck, so having 5 minutes to kind of cool off and realize that it was just a heat, no money paid out there, and get locked back in for this long feature we got.
All right, a couple drivers are on track, taking advantage of this little bit of a warm-up time, get their selves situated. It's going to be a long afternoon for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely requires a mindset shift out of these drivers. Gonna go from, you know, the all the way, hanging it out there, trying to get everything you can in these features, to now, you know, fuel mileage racing, trying to get that fuel tank to last, positioning yourself for pit stops, and, you know, obviously keeping this truck clean. I don't know if there's any fast repairs. I don't think there are.
I think they got one fast.
Yep, one fast repair. So, you know, you kind of have that one get out of jail free card, but I know a lot of these guys would rather hang on to that for the last couple laps as opposed to, you know, having to burn it on lap 5. So, little mindset shift here for these guys, and, you know, getting ready to strap in for a long one.
So, kind of just brainstorming through what we felt were keys to the race. These are pretty obvious, but, you know, if you're unfamiliar with this, if you're coming in for under green flag conditions, you can't do it on your own. You've got to come in with a pack, whether that's teammates or the folks around you, because the pace is such a substantial delta between those on track and you're coming off the pits. You've got to come in with a group. And then the obvious one is survival, Jordan. You got to make it work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to lose probably about 4 to 6 seconds a lap if you don't come in with people and you're out there just chugging water by yourself. So making sure that you pit with a solid group, but you also don't want to pit with too many people. I mean, we've seen it in real life and in sim where a big group of 15, 20 guys decide, oh, we all want to pit at the same time, and then you've got people running into each other on pit entry and all sorts of things like that. But also with that fuel mileage being about 28 to 32 laps, obviously it's an estimate. We'll get better in the race, but it's going to require about 7 pit stops this race to be able to make it all the way. So if we go green for a while, it's going to really be mentally draining and taxing, but you got to execute because you have to be in that lead pack by the end.
And that is the final key is to be there at the end. I know that seems obvious, but it escapes you if you're in the moment, you're in the sim. Typically here at Talladega for a lot of league racing and even in the Class A Open, it's about 100 laps, right?
Yeah, so I mean you'll see it a lot of the times, especially in the open races or even in league races if people are familiar with those, or just these hosted races. You'll see, especially in groups that know each other, and it seems like a bunch of these guys do know each other. You'll see long green flag runs, and that can make packs split up, and then next thing you know, there's 5 laps to go, and you've gone green for 80 laps, made a couple green flag pit stops, and now you're in the third pack and you're 15 seconds behind the lead pack. So it's really important that after every pit stop, you want to make sure that you position yourself in that lead pack.
And also just as a driver in your sim rig, you've got to make sure that you're well hydrated, but be able to keep your concentration. I've had interviews with drivers that have come out of. I'm sure you've been there as well, Jordan. These guys are mentally and physically exhausted. It's a lot of work.
Oh, for sure. And if you go green for a long time, I don't think a lot of these guys are wearing fire suits. So there's no bathroom breaks. There's no anything like that. So it's just constantly, how much fuel do I have left? Do I need to save any fuel? Where are my teammates at? I need to get to the front of this pack now. I need to pit. I need to pit, from the top. How do I get to the bottom and all things like that? But it's definitely taxing. But a little thing that we just got here from race control, after that heat race, the 44 will start at the EOL for the feature race. They did not like how he kind of used up Cody Neagles there and pushed him up into the wall, so it looks like race control had enough with that, and they're going to send him to the back here.
All right. Well, we're about to get started here, Jordan.
Yeah, have to see if these guys made that successful mindset shift, and we'll have to see if we can have some good laps here and get underway smoothly.
All right, I think our rolling grid should work this time. We'll give it a shot. Here we go. Blake Ray is in sec with Hunter Hastings. Third row is going to be Cody Nagels and Michael Johns. Row 4 will be Alex Hill and Richard Elliott. Row 5, J.W. Sawyers and Larry McDonald. Row 6 is Logan New York and Joey Masowitz. Row 7 is Ethan Eckhart and Brian Hennings. Row 8, Buster Malcolm and Bobby Hadaway. Row 9, Sean Stevens and Cameron Craighead. Row 10, Michael Barksdale and John Forbes.
Looks like row 11, we got Nathan Harper and Joshua McCullough. Row 12, Wyatt Gray and Corey Cheney. In row 13, we got Kenneth McCullough Jr. and Rick Javorka. In row 14, John Ward and Jim Duda. Row 15 is going to be Mark Person and Paul Witt. And row 16 going to be Tucker McClendon and Jacob Glodich. Row 17, Garrett Jenkins and Gregory Thompson. And in row 18, William Scott Jr. and Joey Galati. Looks like that is going to be our grid. Let's see. 44 has indeed been assessed that EOL, so Hunter Hastings is going to start this race at a bit of a deficit, but nothing that he can't make up, as we saw in that feature race.
All right, big field, 36 drivers today. in the old St. Nick 500. Thank you again for tuning in to the IWM Broadcast Network. Appreciate all of you out there. If you get a chance to subscribe to our channel, we certainly would appreciate that. We bring during the NASCAR season, we bring 2 leagues to you on Wednesdays and Thursday nights. They run the full NASCAR schedule here. Full fields, 30 to 40 entries each and every week. Gives you a little preview of what's going to happen on Sunday, watching it on Wednesday and Thursday.
For sure, those leagues are always fun to watch and race in, so definitely a good show, but should be a really, really good show we have here tonight. 188 laps as pace car looks like it's about to dive in.
All right, Stephen Miles is out in front. He is our control car on this start of this old St. Nick 500.
See a little bigger pack here. See if that bottom lane can maintain or if everybody gets to the wall here again as the green flag is out and away we go.
Saw a big bump in the back of the, I think 19 got a little bit of a tap there, a little love bump from behind.
You see already, bottom lane, only 4 cars left in those front rows. Everybody already getting to the top. Looks like we got a little teammate magic working there at the top as well with Vicente Guerrero and Cody Neagles. See if they can stick together here at the beginning of this race and establish that track position.
A lot of shuffling going on. You can see the back as trucks are beginning to, as Jordan said, island hop a bit to find a spot, move into it.
Big aggressive move out of Logan York already. So we see him forcing it 3 wide there already with a big run. See what he can do here.
Oh, diving down fast to leave that lower line.
Just see if he can pull that line along, if he can get the pushes he needs to. But right now, looks like that top lane's starting to kind of creep out just a little bit. Bottom lane's going to try and drag him back a little bit here in the middle as we see big run out of that bottom lane. Logan York clears the top.
So the 77 drop back and try to make something happen in that center line, but that all went to heck of a handbasket here with the 01 of Logan York finding a way to get out front and fast.
Did see some really good pushes out of the 12 of Ethan Eckert in the heat races. So I have to see, maybe he's the magic that can make that inside line go, but to see as there's 3 wide starting to form in the back. The guys are trying to find their way to the front and away from the Hornet's nest.
Big mover out there, Logan York up 11 spots. As well as Ethan Eckhart, also up 11. Oh, already spin the middle. Going around, caution flies here.
It is going to put a damper on some people's days for sure, as fast repairs are more than likely going to have to be used up already, as we've only made it to lap 3.
A lot of drivers involved. Larry McDonald, Paul Witt, Michael Barksdale, Corey Cheney, Rick Javorkia, Garrett Jenkins, Joey Galati also involved. Let's see if we get a little replay here.
It's like 3 wide gone wrong there. Looks like the top tried to crowd the bottom a little bit. Didn't quite realize that he was 2 wide only, but that the dude inside of him was only running the middle lane. And of course, there's nowhere for these guys to go.
No, over 50% of the field was unfortunately at least had a look at this. See the 80 going around.
It doesn't look like anybody made crazy contact with the wall or anything that should be day ruining. Obviously, going to be some pretty damaged race trucks after it, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to ruin anybody's day for sure. Just go get it fixed up and hopefully save the fast repair and just sit in pit road for a little bit.
Number of drivers will be making their way onto pit road. As they work their way around. I think the 24 of Stephen Mills will or Miles, Stephen Miles, will be out in front on this restart. But already first caution here, lap 4 of 188.
You know, it's those early jitters. Big race for these guys. A lot of money at stake. So, yeah, everybody trying to get a little bit too much. Hopefully, they'll get a little settled down here, log some laps, have some good racing. But you know, we'll just have to see. It might be pit stop time, trying to top up on fuel. Long race might not hurt to just come and get a splash.
I think we'll probably see the majority of the field come down onto pit road for just that.
See a couple guys staying out, but looks like the rest of the field's going to follow them down.
You know, it's early. You've got plenty of fuel still left in the truck. Tires are good. And if you can stay out and take advantage of the position change, let's go for it.
Yeah, I'd be hard-pressed to think that 3 hard laps and a couple pace laps are going to be the difference between one stop later on in the race. So might not be a bad idea for these guys. You know, obviously that wreck happened in the middle of the pack. They might be thinking if we just stay out, get away from that, we have a chance here. So have to see how it works out, but long race for sure. Might not be a bad idea for all these guys to just keep that fuel tank full and ride it out.
No penalties in. I do see Larry McDonald in the 50s, the 80s got a black flag. I think he may have they've been penalized on entry. Don't know for sure. Let's see if we've got some pit stop stats. So again, we said 2 drivers stayed. That's Michael John and JW. They stayed out, no stop. The rest came in fuel only. Nathan Harper stayed out. Greg Thompson also stayed out. But the majority of our drivers, top 15, they decided to come in and grab some fuel.
Looks like maybe Nathan Harper and Gregory Thompson just rolled through pit road, maybe seeing how many people were stopping or something. Who knows? Always different strategies going on, but hopefully all those drivers involved in that wreck have ample time here. Long pace laps at Talladega, with it being one of the biggest tracks out there, so hopefully they can get it fixed up, save that fast repair, and get back out there. We track advantage, disadvantage now. Track position, disadvantage now. Long race, a lot of time to make it up.
You can see a number of drivers who were in making some repairs, some just for a few seconds, but others had some fairly substantial contact from that incident.
Yeah, for sure. As we see some drivers, they might come back down and just splash and go it again.
That is definitely
probably a good amount of track position, but
yeah, that's definitely a strategy we've seen before.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see more people employ that strategy at about the halfway point, whenever the fuel number becomes a little bit more clear to these drivers. You know, personally, I don't see much of an advantage to getting that, 0.1, 0.2 gallons extra right now in the race, but who knows? That might be the difference. We might go green from here on out, and they might be in an ample advantage to take advantage of it. So, we have to see.
Again, thank you all for tuning in to the IWF Broadcast Network of the Old St. Nick 500 here on this glorious Sunday here in the East, as we are working our way towards the holidays.
It's getting about that time of year, sure. A lot of these guys are looking forward to it, spending good time with family, just having a good old jolly time.
And maybe pick up some extra bucks too at the same time. This is a money race here.
It might make Christmas shopping a little bit lighter on the wallet if you can go ahead and pick up some extra cash here.
Absolutely. All right, looks like the 17, do I have that number correct? We do. That is JW Sawyers, who's out in front with Michael John. That will be our lead pack that gets us back to this restart.
Some new faces up front with those two, so we'll have to see how they might interact with the guys who are normally out here. Either they decide to work with them, or maybe we'll see them get dumped out pretty quickly and get back to the familiar faces that everybody's comfortable with.
JW's headed that outside line. We've seen that all through the heat races to be the really the money line so far.
For sure. We did see that inside line, though, with this bigger pack have a fighting chance on that last restart. But we'll have to see if it can last more than 3 laps here as we're coming to the Geico restart zone.
All right, green flag flies. You're back underway. 7 laps in the books.
Looks like Ethan Eckert's already trying to make it 3 wide around the top. He will, but is anybody going to go with him right now? Looks like he's going to get the
couple
2
takers
to get up there to him. It's Ward trying to get up there to help him out. Looks like, unfortunately, the Sawyers is just headed straight to the back. Got kind of shuffled into the middle. Not very much help with him.
Man, Logan York is he's a gambling man, Jordan. He is out there in front. He finds a way to stick that truck in tight quarters.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's much of a follower here. He wants to be the trailblazer, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and find a way to lead a line here. As it looks like the 58 found himself getting stuck in the middle. It's like both those 2 drivers, like I said, not very familiar faces. Not many people were used to him running up there. It's like nobody really wanted to work with him as they've both fallen back.
Alex Hill finds himself out in front on that low line, but Cody Nagels to the outside has got some help from Logan.
Have to see what they do if they can clear that bottom line. Wouldn't be surprised if Logan clears it to try and take this run down to the bottom. Not quite able to do it, so he's going to have to tuck in and try again later. But really good pushes there out of the 64 Josie Meshowicz. Trying to keep that bottom lane up there, but it looks like with the more energy that's in this pack, the bottom lane's able to hang tough.
As soon as we call out who's leading, it changes dramatically. They're now 4 wide right now with 1 driver on the apron.
It was a really big moment there for the 64. Kind of got a bad bump from behind, shoved out, trying to look to the inside of Alex Hill, but that's going to let that top lane to just keep the momentum trucking, and look who it is, Wyatt Gray. Like I said, he was able to push really, really well in that feature race, or the heat race, and now look at him right there in 2nd place doing his job, pushing Eagles out in front right now.
So Nagels, Gray, Miles, Eckert, Pearson. That is your top 5. And again, just as we call it out, it's going to change. So keep track of the tower. That's the best advice you can take, because we're not going to get it right with the way these guys are moving back and forth. Big dive by Wyatt Gray.
Like Wyatt was done being the pusher, wants to be pushed here. Eckert almost makes it 4 wide there. Thinks a little better of it. We have John Forbes Jr. leading that bottom lane. He was our fastest qualifier. His heat race didn't quite go as he wanted it to go, but finds himself back up front leading the line.
Solid 3x3 here, at least in the front. Of course, that low line tends to fade back a bit.
Another big move there. It looks like these guys up front who are leading lanes really don't want to be stuck in that line that's the furthest back out of the 3. I've seen big moves made on the just trying to stay in front, stay in control here, but it's like towards the back we're starting to get a little bit more single file, but once you get to about 20th on forward, it is just a hornet's nest of people wanting to be leading.
Yeah, this is we may want to remind the drivers it's 188 laps with about 177 to go. This looks like last lap racing.
Really tight squeeze there from Alex Hill trying to get back up to the top lane. It looks like the middle lane's starting to fade in numbers, losing trucks, losing overall energy, but also that bottom lane getting drugged back with it as about the top. Almost 6 trucks are clear of the rest of the lanes right now.
It does a big move by the 11 of John Forbes. He basically had an opening. It was tight. He got in there. Wyatt Gray backed off, I think, a little bit, allowed him to take that front position, but man, it was close. He was out of shape for a second or two.
It's just the speed at which these guys are going. Every move that they make has to be perfect with the gaps available. But right now, not seeing many teammates aligned with each other. It looks like just a bunch of people who aren't maybe as familiar with each other as they want to be. But once again, we see Gray just stuck to the back bumper, doing his job pushing. Looks like he might be one to watch. But as we see also Malik Ray coming up there in the middle lane, trying to pull him back towards the front, getting some good pushes out of Craighead.
See right there, Nightmare Esports. You got Eckert in 4th, Hill in 8th, and Cody Nagel is currently showing back there in 11th.
See, Malik Ray's able to pull that bottom lane all the way up. Big move out of Logan York coming to side draft. Malik Ray's straddling the apron, so is Craighead behind. It's definitely going to dissipate some energy from the top. With him running that bottom lane so tight with no help behind, but it's interesting to see how long he can stay there. Finally has some help coming with Alex Hill coming to give him a good bump here in the middle of the corner.
Oh, big bump.
And once again, we are 3 wide for the lead once again.
Some side drafting, I think, going on here as well, Jim.
Yeah, it looks like right now that bottom lane, if there's no middle lanes, able to pull on that top lane just inch by inch, taking the shorter way around. But as soon as that middle lane starts to form and get up there, it really stalls out that bottom lane, not letting them kind of open the wheel at all off the corner exits. No runs able to be provided as we see that middle lane already start to dissipate.
Contact there as well.
These guys are certainly throwing haymakers. Everybody wants to lead every single lap. See a little bit of contact. There it is. They hang on to it. Big moment there for Logan York as he was drifting it in one.
Oh, more contact. The 6 of Nagels wound up with his left side down on the apron. That is not where you want to be, but he saved it.
These guys are certainly playing with fire. A lot of contact here, and if they wreck it at the front, nowhere for a lot of these guys to go. So, oh, more contact, 4 wide.
Still, I don't know how they saved that. No idea.
Looks like Hastings either didn't know or thought there was a little bit more room to that truck underneath him. Oh, there goes Eckert making it 4 wide.
Yeah, Wyatt Gray wound up getting tossed into the wall. He saved it. He hit it square, but he bounced off the safer barrier and came back solidly.
Looks like he picked up a little bit of right front damage after that.
On the apron, it's the 00. He's trying to find a way to come back up. Gets shuffled
like
back.
Calamity has sort of broken up this pack a little bit, seeing a little bit of spacing. Could be guys realizing they don't want anything to do with this mess that is being created here. Or it could also just be the fact that they are constantly hitting each other and out of control. Another aggressive move there out of Logan York, throwing it into the middle.
Logan York is right there behind Malik Ray. Oh, and now he's sideways. How did he save that? There's no way to do that.
That is some incredible driving.
190 miles an hour through the tri-oval. He's sideways. He saves it.
Oh, they're not going to save this one, though. Eckert going around.
Big wreck.
Big mess.
Oh, my gosh. Drivers everywhere.
Gonna definitely need to see a replay of that one. All I saw was Eckert going around. Looks like he tried to make a move, and there was somebody in the middle. Didn't quite let him. Big damage on the 74 of Hastings' truck. And he's bouncing up and down. That might have to be a fast repair right there for him. So we'll get a look here. Looks like almost 5 wide coming out of the tri-oval.
Right there, you saw getting turned into the wall.
Looks like Hastings tried to fit in a gap that wasn't quite there, sent Eckert down and into the field, and that was all that she wrote.
Fortunately, there's a ripple effect when all that drama is happening in front. Sometimes people check up or don't see, and here you go. This is what you got.
Some good wreck avoidance from some of these guys, having to get in the grass to avoid it. A lot of these guys will take the door banks from other trucks, but as we see, looks like truck got clipped by the Mountain Dew. That's the 102 it looks like. Unfortunate for him. But Rick, if it's possible, we might need to go on board with Logan York right before that wreck and see that save he had, because that, I mean, it looked like those wheels were pointed 90 degrees to the right, saving that thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll back. Just trying to find. Let's try to see what we got here.
Little, just a little checkup effect. Wow, that's getting busy with the wheel.
Wow. That was incredible.
Yeah, that's not easy to do. You know, some people watching might say, "Oh, I think I could do that." That is a different type of talent level right there. That I think he's one of the very few in all of iRacing that's able to hang on to that truck.
I've never seen that happen before, and we've been broadcasting a lot of races over the years. That's the first time I've seen anybody save it being that far out of shape.
That is just incredible. I mean, that definitely saved a lot of people and himself from having to use a fast repair right there. Unfortunately, not much later on, big calamity there into one, but you know, now we've made it to lap 18, so we've spaced out the cautions a little bit. Looks like we almost tripled the amount of time between the laps ran. So hopefully this is a sign of things to come that we can continue to expound upon on between cautions.
All right, second caution of the night so far. Looks like we've got John Ward will be the control car on this restart. But man, oh man, I'm both impressed and terrified for the rest of this race.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna have to see kind of what people are thinking now. I mean, obviously, I think we saw a lot of people there start to kind of bail out of the main pack, trying to get away from the calamity and try and prolong their race. But again, we also saw a lot of guys trying to lead every single lap, which, you know, there's just two different ideologies in super speedway racing. There's those guys that want to be aggressive, want to be seen, want to be, you know, up front, and there's those guys who want to hang out at the back. And as you can see, there's a lot of repairs made from some of those guys who both want to be at the front and want to be at the back. So it's almost like there's no safe space here.
Absolutely not, no. And still a lot of drivers still on pit road. Vicente Guerrero, Joey Galati still on pit road. Coming out now.
Be surprised if those guys are trying to save those fast repairs for a later date, just trying to get as much of it fixed up as they can instead of having to burn one of those valuable fast repairs. You know, I mean, we're a tenth of the way through the race here, roughly, so it would be really bad if you were already down to no fast repairs at this point.
Well, as you said before, I mean, you know, there's a lot of time you can spend on pit road, you know, as the field makes its way around. That's always good for a repair or two. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just really hope that you don't see that dreaded meatball flag. If you can avoid the meatball flag, you're going to be fine. But as soon as we start to see some of those hard, safer barrier hits and wrecks, that's whenever people are going to start losing those fast repairs. See, looks like we have Steven Miles in control. This restart, it looks like he elected the top. That's what he sees up there. Going to be flanked by John Ward, up 26 spots right now as they run. Obviously, really early in this race, but it's like he's been able to carve his way up through the field quite nicely, along with some of these others. So we'll have to see. Obviously, a long way to go, but it's nice to see some guys already finding some early success.
So far, our lap leaders got to be a pretty long list here, Jordan.
Yeah, you know, we look up and it's a different person out front every time, but no surprise to see Logan York. He's led 4 of them already, which is the most in this short amount of time, but you know, we see him all the way back in 25th already, so it'll be interesting to see if he's able to make some of those crazy bonsai moves that he was making up at the front, back there, and find himself back up front shortly.
Take a peek at his attempts to make a difference.
We have a long line of cars there, single file on the inside line for various penalties such as entering a closed pit or double pitting, so it might take a little bit of time to see 3 wide, but we'll have to see.
All right, green flag flies here at Talladega, and the old St. Nick 500 gets restarted here with Stephen Miles out in front.
See, already all these guys bailing on that inside line, even just a couple. As we've seen though, as that inside line finally forms up, they do tend to create a really, really big run whenever all these guys abandon that lane. So we'll have to see what the guys behind can do, but only 2 cars left there as about 10 cars have formed up in that top lane.
That's the 11 of John Forbes, I believe. And yeah, he's gone. He's up at the top lane.
Yeah, you know, it takes a special type of person to want to lead that bottom line, especially right now with how early it is in the race. But you know, we start to see as they fall back to more guys who are running the bottom, more energy will build, and they'll have a chance to get back up there. It's just really dependent on hoping that that middle lane does not get filled, as it seems to really hurt that bottom lane whenever they go 3 wide.
Ethan Eckhart is on pit road. I think he's serving a black flag. That was a penalty that he's going to take care of under green.
See how he can recover from that. More than likely going to go a lap down. But obviously a long time to go in this race, and as we've seen before also, it's quite chaotic.
Taking a quick pick back to see Logan York is back here in 25th. Trying to find a way up to the front.
Hasn't gone anywhere from the restart, but just now starting to get these 3 lanes formed, which seems to be where he starts to thrive. He's able to pick his way through with some aggressive but calculated moves. Let's see if he can do it, but it looks like that middle lane, led by this 6 truck that we've seen up front a lot already tonight, starting to find its way back up there, starting to get formulated and give this top lane a run for their money as we almost see contact between the 33 and the 77.
Oh, it's super tight in contact there. The 11, big wiggle, but he saves it.
Looks like not everybody was on the same page there in the move to the middle lane, trying to cover him up. Fortunately, everybody's kind of able to get it back sorted out. See, it's going to take a little bit for that middle lane to get formed back up, and there goes Logan York 4 wide, it looks like. No help to him. Let's see if he can find a hole or find some help.
Yeah, Logan York now finds himself in 10th and on the move.
He tried to squeeze down there. Looks like the 053 gonna let him in. I believe that's Duda. Gonna live to see another day.
A lot of action up and at the front as well. Stephen Miles up in front, but and there's a lot of trucks coming.
Yeah, he's doing a good job right now, trying to keep these lanes kind of even, not giving one too big of a run that he can't block it. So you see, there goes the 77 of Hill. He's trying to make that bottom lane work with a little bit of an island hop attempt. Not quite able to clear the leader though.
On board with Logan York. To the IWM data chart to the left there that gives you an idea during those yellow flags. She came in, took fuel. Then the yellow flag came in and took 4 tires as well.
I'd say with the amount of dirt track that his truck's been doing, that might be a good call to take 4. not often that I'd say you might actually want to take tires here, but if you're going to be aggressive, you want your truck to handle like it should. As we see, I'm already back up, fighting for the lead.
So from
Not surprising.
No, but we went from lap 17 to lap 24. That puts us just 7 laps, and he finds himself in second.
Definitely those aggressive moves are paying off for him as he finds himself kind of in the catbird seat of that top lane. I have to see if he's content with riding there or if he wants to make a move, but another one, Hunter Hastings, he won the 3rd heat and got sent to the back for his move to win it, but he finds himself leading that bottom lane, challenging for the lead as there goes Logan York, making it 3 wide for P1.
Come back, Tucker McClendon was off track a bit. Not sure what happened to. We're going to try and go back and see if we get another look at that. So much action on track.
Certainly going to lose the draft, but with the rate of yellows that we've had, if we keep that same rate, he should be able to catch one before he goes a lap down, but certainly going to be slowing off the pace for a while here.
Back up front, a lot of drama happening continuously. Logan York by himself out in front. By myself, surrounded by 20 of his closest buddies.
Looks like he's doing a good job of managing the lanes. He definitely wants to keep that 01 truck out front, it looks like. He certainly feels comfortable and confident blocking the lanes, managing the runs and everything like that. But, you know, Cody Neagles is another guy that we've seen up there all night. Same with Alex Hill. John Ward, kind of a newer face, and then Stephen Miles there in 5th. You know, all these guys, one thing's been consistent with all of them for the most part is they're all running up front the whole time. You know, getting comfortable with each other, learning what each other like to do. Certainly might pay dividends there later in the race whenever you're looking for friends anywhere you can find them. Once again, Rick, it seems like whenever that middle lane forms, it just kind of hurts both lanes between the middle and the bottom. Kind of lets that top lane really surge with the momentum whenever both lanes are even with each other. And it's, we see a little bit of contact there between the bottom 2 lanes, but kind of let these top 2 just drive away, or the top lane drive away.
Yeah, crazy.
Bottom lane's going to form back up as the people have dipped down to it. York, of course, going to try and cover him off as best he can. Not very much momentum for the top lane there off of 4, though. Going to let John Ward surge to the lead.
Yeah, big move on that low line. Those 4 trucks, nose to tail, have really stuck together well. And as I say that, here goes John Ward up the top.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed with these trucks is it seems like the bottom lane, whenever they're all linked up like that, they can push really, really hard for, 2 to 3 laps and really make moves. You see John Ward getting all sorts out of shape there off the front bumper of Logan York, able to hang on to it. But it seems like they can push really hard for those 2 to 3 laps while the engine temps are there and able to do it. And it seems like they get really hot and unable to push as well. And that's whenever we see that top lane drive away.
All right, lap 28 in the books here. Just about 10 laps from our last pit stop.
They are approaching the lap truck here of Ethan Eckert. He did have to serve that black flag penalty. So it'll be interesting to see how the field navigates him while they are 3 wide. I think he's hugging the yellow line right now. I have to see what happens here on the backstretch.
Bobby Hadaway in the 09 in the pits. Ethan Eckert drops out to, I think he's on the low line.
Yeah, it looks like he went to the apron there to let these guys get around him. Classy move there. So look to blend back up, and catch this draft, and hopefully catch a lucky dog.
Right now, Ethan is that lucky dog candidate if that flag were to fly. If and when it does.
Be hard pressed to say we're going to go much longer with moves like that being made. Big blocks there out of John Forbes. Looks like Alex Hill going to find a way to get to the right side, challenging for P1.
Man, they are door to door here, real wide.
Looks like whenever that top lane can pinch down that middle lane in the corners there, and then kind of surge back up to the wall and corner exit, they're able to generate that really big run down the straightaways. It seems to help them out quite a bit. So it looks like they're slowly learning, you know, with different leaders in that top lane, how to navigate the 3 wide. Do we just want to rip the fence? Do we want to side draft and pinch? But everybody does things just a little bit differently, and that's what kind of causes these chain reaction sort of things whenever not everybody's lined up with each other. But so far, so good for this green flag run. As we see, big block there to John Forbes.
He's got the 6 in front there. Oh, contact in the water. Safer barrier, more contact. Car going around. That's
big hit.
Big hit. Oh, that's going to bring out the caution. Caution does fly here. Larry McDonald, seen, it's just not his day in that at 80. He's got some major damage. If he hasn't used that fast repair, this may be the time. See the amount of smoke that's billowing from the back of that Toyota.
Certainly not ideal for him there. Definitely going to be a fast repair if he hasn't used one already. Might get a push back to the pits. It's not pushing, it's just bump drafting.
Yeah, that's all it is, yeah.
That truck is certainly hurt, though. Took a wicked shot to the outside wall. Like I said, you know, the truck-to-truck contact doesn't seem to really hurt these trucks as bad. Seems like, yeah, they'll get dinged up in here, but won't be terminal damage. It's whenever they get those hard shots into the walls that really really kicks him off.
See the contact there, he's dragging along that safer barrier. Do you see that 80?
Looks like he wasn't quite clear whenever he tried to make a move, and then it just kind of set off this chain reaction, and then almost had it saved, and then the truck took a wicked back turn up towards that wall and just crushing hit.
There's that contact that destroyed that front end.
Lucky for these guys to mostly come out unscathed with a collision that violent. Obviously going to shoot them down the track. These drivers did a good job of staying cognizant and aware and avoiding them.
All right, right now we're averaging about 10 laps of caution here, so
not a great pace as far as overall race length goes, but you know, feeling each other out. Going to give this lucky dog to Ethan Eckert. Going to be able to get back there on the lead lap. Looks like everybody's going to take this opportunity once again to come down and top off.
Yes, also involved was Corey Chaney in the 11. At least it shows as the 11. Let's go back and see what it is. The 11. He's got a meatball, so he's got some major damage. You can see he's got no steering. He's having to back up into his pit.
Yeah, missing a right front fender there. Looks like he's not going to use the fast repair. Looks like he's going to see if he can get it repaired. Be hard pressed to say that that's going to be fully repairable, but might be enough to where he can, you know, hang with the pack enough and save that fast repair.
Yeah, that seems to be a lot of damage on that 11.
Looks like after those pit stops, though, it's going to hand the lead over to Cody Neagles. He finds himself back in the lead. You know, he's been in contention a lot, but hasn't quite tasted that fresh air in a while, so have to see how he navigates this restart.
So far we've had 3 cautions for a total of 8 laps, 14 separate lead changes. Not surprising here at Talladega. Currently your leaders, Cody Neagles in the 6. Cody's been out front pretty much the whole race or thereabouts. He stayed in that lead pack.
Yeah, he's ran a good race so far. kept his nose clean. He's made some aggressive moves and had some good saves here and there, but at this point, I feel like that's a pretty calm race for most people. I feel like most people would love to have the events happen that he's had.
Interesting bit of tidbit: the track temp is 115 degrees. That's a
little hot.
A little hot, a little slick. So you think if the track temperature is that hot, and if the driver knows that, you would drive slightly more conservatively, but we have not seen that at all.
Yeah, I think that most of these drivers, they've had enough plate races under their belt to where they feel confident going into here. So I think that they just look at that track temp and know, just whenever they make their moves, that back end might not be fully in the track whenever they make it. But, if it's close enough, it's close enough.
The 11 is still in the pit. Looks like he's trying to make that repair work without having to use a fast repair. Or maybe he's already used it. Never know.
Yeah, there is that chance.
It certainly is possible, and sometimes I know it's happened in the past where you didn't realize that fast repair was checked, and you came back out and you didn't mean to, but you burned it up.
Yeah, looks like Cody Neagles had to go take care of something away from the sim. He did what most drivers do whenever you have to, is you pull a little forward and then stop and hope that you have enough time, but this could get interesting here. It'd be interesting if they give him an EOL or if he can get back in time.
Lights are off on top of the pace car, which means we are coming back to the restart here. We'll be restarting in lap 35. We still have yet to get to a green flag round of pit stops. That will absolutely shake up this field.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we can get there. I think that definitely space out the field a little bit. If one green flag pit stop cycle complete spaces it out. A little bit more laps logged under your belt, but we'll have to see if we can make it there. As we said, we think they can go about 30 laps, but we'll have to hopefully find out here on this run.
Yeah, we have yet to prove that. All right, looks like Brian Hastings in the 74 is leading us into this restart, and here we go. Back to green flag racing here at Talladega in the old St. Nick 500.
As we see already 3 wide. Stephen Miles looking up top. He has Hill there pushing him. It's going to definitely hurt Forbes there in the middle, but we'll have to see how they can get linked up here, as Hennings does have a bit too big of a gap. They're going to come at him fast.
Field shuffling around a bit as we are on the backstretch.
Bit of tidbit, does look like Neagles was able to get back. He now finds himself back in 31st, though. He had to take care of whatever he had to take care of, so not quite the P1 restart he was looking for, but he'll have to work his way back up there, as we already see big slicing and dicing here for the lead. Hennings looks determined to keep his truck in the lead of one of these lines. We've already seen some really big blocks out of him. Haven't seen him out front much in this race. Kind of been hanging around. Had a good heat race, so have to see what he's got as he's getting hung out to dry there on that top lane.
Yep, yeah, needs a bit of help. That's all his help went down to that middle lane, and there's a bush.
For sure, it looks like they're going to come back up, so he's going to have a little bit of a tow from in front, trying to build his momentum back up. See what he can do here, but even Miles once again finds himself leading the lane.
Out in front, John Forbes in that 11 truck. He's got a little bit of help there with Hunter Hastings, Stephen Miles to the outside. Alex Hill is there as well.
Stephen Miles made that truck fit. A little bit of wall contact there, but he wanted to get to the top and he wanted to take the lead, and he did so.
Stephen Miles trying to block a little bit there. That didn't work out. That middle lane completely filled that gap and noses its way out. It's Cameron Craighead.
Seen that 33 truck towards the front quite a bit. Haven't really seen him lead a lane very often, so I have to see what he can do there in the middle as he already drops down to the bottom. Looks like that top lane once again with Stephen Miles and Alex Hill going to just pull on ahead as they drop to the middle lane.
Solid racing here, a bit more organized on that outside line. And just as I say that, guess who's there? Logan York.
Just found himself back up towards the front yet again. Have to see what he can do here. He's kind of getting hung out there on that bottom. Gonna need to wait for some help to come save him, but wouldn't surprise me here in a couple laps to see him back up there challenging for the lead.
Yeah, kind of got boxed out a bit and then left by his lonesome. You know, you've got to be have a balance, I think, in your driving techniques, because if you're very aggressive, guys aren't going to want to race with you.
Yeah, precisely. I was thinking the exact same thing, Rick. You know, being aggressive is good. You know, you definitely want to make it known that you're here to race and you're not here to be walked over. But at the same time, you know, if I was a driver around him, I'd be like, I don't really want to help him. You know, he's probably put you in a bad spot here and there, you know, especially when we saw it with Duda, whenever he made him lift. If I'm Duda, I'm not cutting him any brakes the rest of the race. So other guys might start to think the same thing, and he's going to have to work even harder as this race progresses to kind of earn back that trust and earn back the help.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has the talent. As I said before, the saves he's been able to execute today have just been phenomenal. But again, he put himself into those positions.
For sure, you know, the talent is there. There is no doubting that. It's just, does everybody else want to help you? And especially at a track like Talladega, where it's going to be very, very hard to win this race with no help. As we see that top lane starting to kind of get strung out, but there's no middle lane, so look for that bottom lane to kind of start to surge back a little bit, start to reel them back in. So he looks like, for the most part, obviously exclude the obvious, starting to get a little bit more strung out here.
So the two move up to try and save himself a position there. Found the spot.
It's like some of these guys have taken the memo of, we still have over 100 laps to go. Might be time to try and get some good laps here. And, you know, if you're a talented racer, you know, you feel confident of doing those green flag pit stops. You know, a bunch of these guys have very, very high I ratings. You might feel more confident in the fact that, hey, let's get to a green flag pit stop. Let's try and drop some of the guys that maybe haven't done as many green flag pit stops or aren't as confident getting on the brakes, and drop them off and race it out amongst yourselves. But we'll have to see. That bottom lane is slowly inching its way back forward, led by Hastings.
Cody Nagels is in that mix as well. He was back in 30 plus after that little incident that was stopping to make, and finds himself now back up to 6th.
Yeah, it just seems like the cream is rising to the top, especially early here. It seems like the guys who are up front a lot of the times are finding themselves back up front, just like the 80 of Larry McDonald. You know, now he doesn't have a faster pair to work with anymore, so he's going to have to race maybe a little bit more cautiously than he'd like to. But big moves are being made, and he finds himself right in the hornet's nest. So he might just be saying, to the wall we go, and let's ride.
Job the 6 of Cody Nagels, leaving behind, move up to lead that center lap. He does have Logan York behind him. But out in front, Hunter Hastings.
Looks like that bottom lane starting to disintegrate. A lot of guys left it, so we're at the C, and looks like that middle lane starting to fall back, as well as that top lane just starting to kind of do their surge again.
And 01 slightly out of shape, but still getting a good push from behind. Lap 43, now lap 44. We're just 11 laps into this run. That's a positive note, right?
Yeah, you know, the more green flag laps they run, the more fuel they're going to burn off, and the closer we're going to get to maybe seeing some green flag pit stops, which, you know, everybody's going to have to kind of find their way to the bottom, and with 3 wide racing, that's always exciting to see. Ooh, Hastings, wicked loose there.
Holding it together. Oh, go on the apron.
What a save. I lose all that track position, but going to keep the car in one piece, which is important.
Back up front, Cody Nagels out in front. But there's lots going on here.
Oh, we got a couple trucks going down towards the apron with some tires squealing. I think they'll hang on to it. See, it looks like it's the 33 Craghead.
You saw that.
67 might have been involved too. He's a little slow there in 3 and 4. Unfortunate for those guys. No caution comes out, so.
Logan York in the 01 left who is lonesome again, but the 6 comes down and kind of helps him out.
See if the 6 decides to go back up, and if Logan York's clear with them. They do, barely. Tight squeeze there.
Jeez.
Now Steven Miles kind of getting hung out there on the outside. You know, I'd almost rather be hung on the outside than in the middle or the inside, though, because it seems like everybody tends to fan back up out of these corners. Kind of gives you the draft. You see help already coming to his rescue.
Yeah, I thought the first 2 Nagels and York were going to be in trouble there as they kind of separated themselves from the pack, but a number of drivers came right up, and they're in good shape back on the outside line.
Tight there with Forbes. Gonna be 4 wide. Oh, they get it sorted back out down to 3 wide. It's again kind of a 4 to 5 car breakaway there on the top. Seems like whenever all the things start to go haywire, everybody starting to hit each other, it just allows those top 3 or 4 cars on the outside to stay clear and just kind of drive away. Almost seems like it's the safe space. So we see the middle lane is all but disintegrated. All the way back there to Rick Javorka in the 52 car, or truck.
Yeah, we get to see a break of cars, of kind of trucks have gotten away. Only back at the top 20 are running, but then there's some separation. There's some different packs existing on the track right now. Just 2 cars not on the lead lap. Bobby Hadaway and Corey Cheney are not on the lead lap, so that's 34, but the field is beginning to separate a bit. You can see by the track now, there's drivers who have broken away. They're not keeping up with that lead pack. And that actually plays well as if we do wind up with green flag pit stops.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, a disadvantage to those guys who don't find themselves in the lead pack. But, you know, these guys are going to have a little less energy in this main pack, so it's going to take a little bit more, you know, teamwork to make that top lane not as dominant with the lesser energy. But, you know, these 2 inside lines starting to kind of get formed back up, getting the numbers back up. They have a chance to go challenge them.
So 49 laps complete of our scheduled 188. We talked about earlier, that's about 17 laps of our last round of pit stops.
So it should be, by our gauges, about 13 to 15 more laps here before they have to come back down to get some fuel. Would put them right around lap around 62 to about 65, I'd say would be a good guess.
All right, Cody Nagels continues to lead here. Logan York in second. Oh, big move by the 6, drops down and picks up the 2 of John Ward, leaving the 01 to the high line, and just like that, it all changes. That's just how things work here.
Seems like it. Seems like there's action always unfolding somewhere. Let's see. I doubt they stay too wide for very long.
Nope, there's it starts to be a center and middle lane, middle pack starting, but oh, caution flies. But I'm not sure why. Mark Pearson, possibly. Let's come back to. Yep, that's the 77 of Mark Pearson. He's definitely got some damage there. Let's see what we can find on replay here.
I just got out of sorts.
Yep, an ill-placed push. Well, I think that's Wyatt Gray there. Doesn't take much, and that was a solid hit into the safer barrier square in the front. That's going to do some damage.
Absolutely, that might be a fast repair for him, but we'll have to see as these drivers are going to work their way around and probably come back down pit road and get full of fuel again and maybe some tires for the first time.
Yeah, that's what we definitely have come to expect here, because even in real life racing, it doesn't take much to if the push is not perfectly square or at that exact moment and placement, you're going to wind up getting turned.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you start kind of getting that fishtail going and the dude behind you doesn't lift for you or cut you a brake, it's very hard to hang on.
Now for 2026, Jordan, I think we've got a new manufacturer in the truck series, right? Dodge Ram.
Yeah, absolutely. It should, add a little bit more competitiveness in real life, but also in sim, we'll have to see how that front bumper translates. Obviously, right now the Ford, Toyota, and Chevy's trucks all line up pretty well with each other. They all look very similar, all very square. So we'll have to see how that new body interacts with pushing as well.
All right, we expect to see these drivers make their way down onto pit road now. Thought maybe there was going to be a little bit of a fake out, but no, pretty much the entire field is making their way down onto pit road. They did run about just under 20 laps here since that last green flag pit stop. The entire field, with the exception of Bobby Hadaway and Corey Chaney, are on pit road. All right, keeping our eye on our leaders right now. Cody Nagels in and out, just about 11 seconds. John Ward. Looks like possibly Paul Witt, the 429, may have taken tires, but for the most part it was fuel and I would guess right sides. As we said earlier in the pre-race, they're coming in for a fuel strategy where you alternate lefts and then rights. Absolutely the best thing to do, especially if you're gonna refill that tank. You're gonna have that time to spare anyways, so use it, get some fresh rubber. Can't hurt with these trucks.
Absolutely. Especially, I mean, that was one of our longer green flag runs. We've kind of got close-ish to that third of the way mark, so might not be a bad time to just take your full reset, reset everything back to square one and truck out from there.
Fourth caution of the night so far with 53 laps in the books. Here in the old St. Nick 500. Thank you again for tuning in. This race brought to you by JW Paints and Graphics, along with Flying Aces TV and Chris Carter Racing. Those are our sponsors of today's event. We appreciate them. Without their participation and their efforts, these events cannot happen. And these certainly are race events here on the iRacing platform that drivers anticipate, they look forward to, and frankly some specialize in. A number of the drivers that we've seen here in attendance tonight, Malik Ray's one, Cody Nagels another, and just pretty much majority of the field. These are guys that participate week in, week out. These money races here with an opportunity to win some cash. That's what they love doing the most.
Yeah, it's cool to let these guys showcase their talents. I know a couple of them from some racing on iRacing and things like that, and it's cool to see them doing things like this. Especially with all those partners, like you said. It's cool to see their support for guys like this to be able to come out here and put on a show and provide entertainment for us all.
All right, 54 laps in the books here. Go live at 55. Lights are off on top of our pace car. Again, thank you for tuning in to the IWM Broadcast Network. Certainly appreciate each and every one of you who are in attendance, whether you're watching it live or watching back on replay. Click that subscribe button and stay up to date on what we can bring to you here in the world of sim racing.
Rick, one thing I've noticed is these heat races seem to have translated for the most part to the race. We see aggressive moves going on, but we also see the same people up front that were up front at their heat races, all except for one, really. Nathan Harper kind of dominated his heat race for the most part, led the majority of the laps, was up front until the end whenever he unfortunately got involved in a little incident. And I don't think we've seen him crack into the top 10 very much at all tonight.
No, he was there for a bit and then he faded right back.
While we've seen others like, Eagle, York, they've all been able to kind of go from the back to the front at will almost. Seems like he's kind of stuck in the middle, so have to keep an eye on that, see if that's a strategy play or if just the bigger pack isn't lending to his advantage.
All right, Cody Nagels leading this field to the restart zone. I have to relearn this now. United Rentals restart zone. It's different at each track.
It's gonna take a little bit to get used to for sure, but we see a big jump here out of Cody. Looks like Elliott there in the O2, unable to get clear of the top. Have to see what. Oh, there he goes. He gets clear, and they both are able to move up.
I mean, those aggressive moves, those big moves are what I'm taking away from this race. That these guys are able to pull that off and make things happen.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely impressive to see just how well they do it. Oh, and we have wrecking towards the back of the field. Big one. A lot of people involved.
Caution flies again here, lap 55. Just got this restarted, and lots of drivers involved.
That certainly hurts the cautions per lap average right there.
Yep. See if we can identify what happened. I don't have a lot of details.
Pretty single file for the most part. Everybody seems kind of content with where they are. Looks like it happened just in front of these guys.
Looking for, here we back it up just a little bit here.
Yeah, a little gap to the guys in front of them. Could this have been kind of a chain reaction checkup, or just
Like
a no?
right
Looks like
there, if the 18 goes around.
looks like just a bad little move there from the 18 and 44 of Hastings. Just looks like they weren't quite in sync. 18 almost goes over.
Absolutely sponsored by the U.S. Air Force. Almost took
He
flight.
certainly almost took flight.
Yeah.
Yes. Kind of that chain reaction for these guys following. See the 14 trucks able to get away relatively unharmed there. Can have little dings and scrapes there, here and there. Might want to take some tires after locking them up like that, but for the most part, I don't think anybody really besides the 18 truck I don't think anybody's too bad after that.
Nope, just as you stated, some left rubber on the track and decent shape. So, all right, fifth caution flies here at lap 55.
Looks like we're gonna have one lucky dog there. Looks like that's the 77 of Mark Person.
That's good from Mark. He was involved in that previous incident, so gets it back.
Gonna put all trucks besides 2 on the lead lap, with Bobby Hadaway and Corey Cheney the only trucks laps down. They are both 3 laps down, so they're going to need some more help to get back on the lead lap, and hopefully others can stay on the lead lap so that way they can get their laps back. But for the most part, after all these cautions and wrecks, it's good to see not too many people are getting terminal damage. Still 34 trucks on the lead lap, so still 34 trucks that can win it.
Yeah, that's the thing about these kinds of races. You can certainly wind up with some damage that takes you off, but so far so good. I've been pretty impressed with some of the creativeness that sometimes your first instinct is to go ahead and click that fast repair, but all these guys are patient and they're just using that extended time that they can gain on pit road and getting repairs made.
Yeah, for sure. With it being this early in the race, it definitely helps them. Kind of makes their decision a little easier for them. You don't want to have to go out there and burn through your fast repair that quickly. But at the same time, if you have 4 minutes of damage, a lot of people don't want to wait for that. So these guys waiting and choosing to be smart is definitely paying off for them.
All right, just a couple quick facts. We've had 5 cautions for 14 laps and 20 lead changes. I expect that lead change number is going to be significant by the time this is all said and done.
Yeah, for sure. That run before this one, we definitely saw a little bit lighter of lead changes. Didn't see as much passing for the lead as we had been seeing before, but still, they are still certainly slicing and dicing it up.
So drivers making their way out of the pits, race around and rejoin the tail end of the field as the lights are off on our pace car.
So we're going to have Cody Neagle still out front. Going to be flanked with Richard Elliott. This time, you know, Richard found himself now restarting P2. We'll have to see if he can maybe pull that top lane along a little bit better than what we've seen it happen before. Cody for being able to pull up so easily. One thing that has surprised me this race is we haven't seen too many teammates next to each other up front. You know, most of the time it feels like the teammates always find the way to link up with each other. But in this race especially, it seems like, you know, it's more so just race around who you're around and don't really work to try to get together as much.
Yeah, you can see right there, teammates Cody Nagels, Alex Hill, and Ethan Eckhart. They're you know, first, 11th, and 32nd. So definitely spread out here on the track.
Yeah, you know, it's still early, so maybe they're waiting until later to kind of pull that one out as a trump card of sorts, you know. Hold that in your back pocket till you need it, but certainly would like to be around your teammates as opposed to just random people, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Absolutely. All right, as the field makes their way out of turn 4 and headed toward the trioval to get this race restarted, Cody Nagels is our control truck. Pace car peels away.
Some new faces up towards the front as well in this restart. Little jumbled up pit strategy, so have to see how they fare.
Good restart, pretty clean.
Goes 6 truck back up to the top. 00 Barksdale is going to wait for some help to come to him. Hopefully get formed up here.
He's got the 429 of Paul Witt behind him on the outside. As well as the 02.
Big move down to the bottom once again.
Yeah.
The big thing that you have to look for, it's the first guy is always confident making the move, but the people behind him, you know, they don't really want to just be stuck out there by themselves. They often try and follow, and that's when we see the contact being made a lot of the times with those big moves.
3 wide.
See
the 80 of Larry McDonald, who we just saw earlier, not 20 laps ago. And all that damage, finds himself right there in top 10.
Yeah, good recovery for him. He is probably racing a little cautious, not having that faster pair with him, but at the same time, can't really let yourself just be a pushover all race. You got to get back up there. Ooh, car in the wall back there. That's red. Pretty decent contact there. He's definitely dropping quite a bit. See him there. Not quite out of the pack yet. Gonna have to hope that the damage isn't too severe, doesn't hurt him too bad. He's back in 32nd already. Definitely gonna hurt his track position numbers. Looks like that right front's definitely buckled in a little bit, Rick.
Yep, some solid damage there on the 18. Back up front where there's never a lack of excitement.
See 3 wide has already formed up again, but this time it's a bunch of new faces. Get the 00 of Michael Barksdale up there leading that bottom lane. Looks like Paul Witt up there leading the top lane. So people that we haven't seen up front all race long find themselves in dominant positions to see how they can handle it.
74 of Brian Hennings out there with a bit of a push by the 6 of Eagles.
Don't look now, but 2 faces that have tried to make that middle lane work all race long and finally found themselves up here challenging. Rick Javorka and Jim Duda try to make that middle lane work and push even more new faces and new leaders out front.
Solid 3-wide racing here at Talladega in this Old St. Nick 500. 00 getting a big push by the 64.
Definitely a lot of push and shoving, trying to get those two bottom lanes to work as the yellow flag is back out.
Looks like the 12 of Ethan Eckhart's got some damage. Let's see if we can bring up what happened to Ethan here. Back there with Wyatt Gray. I think that was Corey Cheney.
See, we just watched that 18 car slam the wall. Looks like the 11 just got a little overlap there, the bumpers, and sent him around. Pretty decent hit there for that 12 truck.
All right, the 11th of Ethan Eckhart trying to make his way back to pit road. Not terrible damage, but probably want to change his tires.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite fast repair worthy. Yeah, I'd definitely give those a quick change. You're going to have the time waiting on the damage. Might as well. You know, but this is about that time, Rick. You know, drivers were just over an hour into this race. You know, we're just about a third of the way through. Had a pretty slow start to the race with all the cautions and everything like that. You really got to make sure you stay focused here, and it's only going to get tougher as we progress.
63 laps complete of our 188, rapidly approaching halfway point here.
See, would expect a lot of these drivers to come back in, top off once again. Like most of them will. It's almost surprising that run. We didn't see Logan York crack into the top 10 in that 3-lap run. Was almost surprising. Almost expected him to go from 25th to about first there in those 3 laps that time.
Well, he's right now, if he depends on how this stop goes for him, he's going to wind up in good shape. A little bit of a mess up by someone on pit road back there. That I think that was.
Looked like the 102 maybe.
Yeah, that's Buster Malcolm. I think he kind of spun trying to get into his pit, and it didn't work out well.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be pretty hard to change tires on a truck if it's perpendicular there to the pit wall. But it looks like he got it straightened back out. Getting a service now.
All right, our 6th caution is coming to a close here as the field begins to get back on track and get restacked here to go back to green flag racing. Again, thanks for tuning in today for the Old St. Nick 500 here on the IWM broadcast channel, bringing you some of the best of iRacing sim racing each and every week in the regular season. Kind of in a little bit of that holiday time, a little of that off season here. If you're familiar with our channel and you've watched races before, you may see a new look. That has come to you collectively from the team here at IWM and also from a number of other folks in the STK family of programmers. We appreciate all the effort they have to bring to you a new look here in the IWM broadcast network.
Well, Rick, we're about a third of the way through here. We've seen a lot of comers and goers, a lot of people up front a lot. If you were a betting man, who would you put your money on at this stage?
Well, I think right now, if I had to lay down a number, and it's not just going to be on black or red, it's going to be on that 6 car of Cody Nagels. He has really kept himself in, but then you got the wild card, right? That 01 of Logan York. Man, He has certainly been a force to be reckoned with so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's hard to shy away from that 6 truck. I think he's one of the more consistent front runners, but at the same time, you know, it seems like he's able to be up front, but rarely do we see him leading the line. You know, he's led a decent amount of laps today just from the fact of being up front, but you know, almost like the aggression that we've seen from other drivers. You know, Logan York, you know, Hunter Hasting even. You know, kind of a sleeper pick there. And then you can't really forget, you know, we have a bunch of trucks that have taken no damage, still have all their fast repairs. So that could be another factor that plays into it.
Absolutely. Biggest movers. We've got a number of drivers who are up there in the top 10 that have really come back like all the way through the field from when they qualified. So Paul Witt up to 26 spots, up to be in third. John Ward plus 23 in fifth. Jim Duda, who you mentioned earlier, plus 19, and Rick Dvorkia also plus 19, and Joey Galati. We start at the tail end of the field now, up in 19th or 20th.
You know, I really like what I'm seeing there out of Rick Dvorka and Jim Duda. Both of them have been really consistent, working together in that middle lane. It seems like every time I look up after about five or 10 laps, you know, you see those two just struggling it out there in that middle lane. You know, staying consistent, not making those crazy moves, just riding their lane. So certainly not making any enemies. I would assume at this point. And you never know. Sometimes having no enemies is the key.
You need all the friends you can get here in these plate races, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, pace car has dropped off. Field makes their way into the United Rentals restart zone. And back underway, Brian Hennings gets a good jump on that low side. The 6 of Cody Nagels to the outside. I have expected Brian Hennings to move up.
Contact there further on back. Looks like that top lane a little disorganized there. See one car on the apron, that's the one of Malik Ray. We see kind of a little breakaway there for those top, you know, about 8 or so trucks starting to get a little separation with all that calamity going on behind them. Have to see how these trucks react whenever they do eventually catch back up and the momentum builds back up for them.
Yeah, they're 3 wide mid-pack.
This is just crazy. I mean, you would not expect on lap 66 of a 188 lap race for people to be going this all out, this crazy, but it just shows. I mean, they have faith in themselves. They have faith that they're gonna do what they want to do, and people are gonna give them space, and it's certainly led to some entertainment.
Wild ride here already. It's 67 laps complete. We've seen them 3 wide, we've seen them 4 wide, and I think we saw 5 wide at some point.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't see 6 wide as we get closer to the end of this race. Speak of the devil, who's probably going to make it 6 wide. We have Logan York up there, third in line in the middle. Now he's leading the middle line, so we'll see what he can do as he's back up there. I think he heard me calling him out for not showing up the last run, so he had to come make it up. Again, it just seems like whenever those 2 lines, the middle line and the bottom line, are both kind of even with each other, it just seems to stall them out just a little bit.
Yep.
Now, whenever one of them seems to surge a little bit forward, if they can stay in line, it seems like they can make some ground on the top lane, but just those side-by-side actions, it seems like it just kills any sort of momentum they might have going down these straightaways.
Middle lane's got a good run this time. Oh. Number of drivers bailed out, yeah.
One of them was Jim Duda. 5-3, unsure if who the others were.
Oh,
big move there out of York.
I think he was sideways again.
I think he I think he feels more comfortable whenever there's smoke coming off the rear tires at this point.
Well, he should be very comfortable with what we've seen today.
Absolutely. So you see that 33 truck of Cameron Crackhead back up towards the front again. We've seen him up front a couple of times here. Kind of fell back a little bit. Good to see him back up here, challenging now for the lead. The 429 of Paul Witt still there on his bumper. Paul, we saw him up here last run, and he's done a good job sticking around. Made the right moves and stayed in contention.
See Cody Nagels in the 6 continuously making that move where he leaves the outside line, gets a good run, gets himself out front, and then drops down, both stalls and takes advantage of that low line, and then moves himself back up.
Absolutely. And look at that 12 truck there of Ethan Eckert. We just saw him hit the outside wall for that last caution to come out. And now he finds himself up here in the top 10. Good recovery so far out of him. So it looks like we have officially broke into a couple of packs here.
See if we get a better image of that here. Looks like the second pack is led by the 19. This will be Vicente Guerrero here. This is pack number 2.
There's some just really good trucks stuck there in that backpack, you know. Vicente Guerrero, and then you got Stephen Biles, who we've seen out front a lot. Michael Barksdale, the 00, we've seen out front a lot. Nathan Harper, we saw him have a really good heat race. So definitely some good trucks back there, maybe just biding their time. You know, they think we can go catch them whenever we want. Might as well just not get ourselves involved in a wreck.
Yep, not an unwise position. Mark Pearson is back there. Taylor Field, he's 1 lap down. He is our lucky dog candidate, and Bobby Hadaway is still running. He is 2 laps down. Boy, 36 entries, all still in the race.
The amount of calamity and amount of crazy moves we've seen, that is quite impressive. So you see the 33 looking to get up into the top lane. He finds a nice home up there.
Let's get another in-car. Let's do an in-car shot from, so we'll talk about Cameron Craig. Let's do it from Cameron's position here.
This is a really good shot to show kind of how, you know, even though you think, oh, they're just running in line, you know, they're just biding their time. There's still a lot of things you got to think about. You can't really see what's going on in front of you, so if something happens between second and third, or there's a checkup or something like that, it's really hard to find out. And also behind you, you got to make sure that dude's not looking to your inside or anything like that. And then now you have this bottom lane forming, so now you have to be wary of somebody shooting the middle or things like that, all while not really being able to see very much.
Solid racing here, and again, as we talked about earlier, you don't have a whole lot of visibility in front of you. You can't really tell if you're right up on that bumper like he is of John Ford's, or now where he's poked his nose out, gaining that position. You don't get a lot of visibility.
Yeah, absolutely, and you could especially see it whenever he had that run going into 1, and he had to really lift out. He has no clue what's going on in front of him or anything like that. He's kind of just taking a guess and hoping. You know, you're just hoping you're guessing right.
I think Cameron Craig just, this is the unfortunate part about being connected to a simulation via the internet. I think he just glitched and is not in the race at the moment. That could change, but he got disconnected.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for him. He's gonna, hopefully he can get back in a good amount of time, maybe go, 2-3 laps down. As we've seen, that's able to come back from that. So very, very unfortunate though, but that is just part of it.
All right, 74 laps complete here in Talladega in the old St. Nick's 500. Cody Nagels out in front, leading this race with John Ward, Ryan Hennings, Richard Elliott, Ethan Eckert, and Logan Murray. That's top 6.
broken off into those 2 lanes. Now, of course, as soon as I say that, we're going to start shooting the middle and try and make it 3 wide. But before then, whenever they were just 2 wide, it really lets that inside line shave a lot of time off. Not getting side drafted, able to take the short way around. And just like that, now you have Ethan Eckert right up there challenging Eagles for the lead.
Solid 2x2 racing here. This is what we've come to see in the past here. J.W. Sawyer, I think, is make his way up. That's the Waffle House 17 there. He's at the tail end of this pack, but he's holding tight there.
You get to see, we saw him stay out on one of those cautions and stay up front. Not for very long, though. Kind of got shuffled back. Good to see him hanging around, staying relevant, staying attached to this lead pack. As we had talked about earlier, though, how there were 2 packs. They are starting to get close to kind of blending into 1 pack. They're starting to get a sniff of that draft out front, closing up a little bit. At one point, they were about 2 to 3 seconds back of that main pack. Now, just about a second off. So, starting to get back, narrowing it down. And as they get closer and closer, there'll be even more energy for these guys to use, and even more wild moves can be made.
Yeah, solid drafting moves here going on as these guys work that out. That second pack led by the 18 of Wyatt Gray. He's got Malik Gray right behind him.
Malik has been awfully quiet tonight. Most of the times whenever you see Malik in a race, he's trying to lead every single lap, going from the back to the front a lot. He's just been kind of riding, biding his time, taking a different approach to this thing.
I think he's got the right idea. I mean, he's got 110 laps left, 111 laps to go. You got to find the right time to make your move, and right now on the lead lap, that's the important one.
Yeah, he about had a wreck right in his lap. Looked like Sawyer and
like the 66
661, I believe, of Joey Galati. They had a disagreement over a little bit of space, and one caught a hip check and about went around. So good saves out of them, and they keep on trucking.
All right, back up front, which is not that far away from these. All these drivers have really combined back. There's a few stragglers out there. The 77 of Mark Pearson, his field is about to run up on to figure out what to do with that driver. But
looks like he's gonna pull it off to the apron, let him go by.
That's good sportsmanship right there.
Looks like that 77 has seen some better days for sure. Probably hoping to just catch a caution or two, get it fixed back up, catch a couple lucky dogs, and get back in the fight. Looks like Crackhead has returned back to the track. He's going to be the next lap car that these leaders encounter. He is 2 laps down, so whenever they pass him, he will go to 3 laps down. But you know, for what he had to go through, I don't really think that's a very bad spot for him to be.
No, absolutely not. And knowing that we've been averaging around 10, 12, 15 laps of caution, certainly an opportunity to, once he gets past Pearson and Hadaway, find his way back on the lead line.
Absolutely. See, Eagles and Eckert continue to battle here. Really tight between the two. Almost contact with the amount of side drafting and pinching they're trying to do right now. Seems like the Eagles realized that running up by the fence was costing them time. So we brought that whole line down to the middle, trying to pinch and not let those guys unwind the wheel at all as we ride on board here with Logan York. Logan's in a very precarious situation here where he really wants to push the 12 truck out front. but he also has to manage temperatures. And then whenever the 6 truck decides that he wants to come down and shut off the run that they have, he has to lift off the 12 to ensure that they're not all going to run over each other and accordion on each other. So a very tough job. Definitely one of the hardest spots to be in as far as positioning in a line, but so gratifying whenever you can do it the right way. And I can see right there just an excellent bump trap all the way there through 3 and 4.
I mean, I'll give the driver credit. You know, it is so hard to do that and to push consistently through the turns here at Talladega, and he's executing.
Absolutely, especially in 3 and 4 where you have that. There's a little bump as you enter it. It's where the tunnel is. They had to put a little patch over it, and it can certainly unsettle the trucks, especially when never getting pushed. So really making sure that you stay square and on the back bumper is very important. So go over it right there.
A little loose in that 01. 12
big move out of Eckert right there. And speaking about loose for the 01 truck, I feel like if he was not loose, it would look very odd. So it's probably pretty comfortable hanging the tail end of that truck out right there. Ooh, what a save! Comes back up, almost contact. They just keep it green, but that is definitely going to chunk things up, and it's now going to certainly be a 3-wide affair.
Highline keeps a couple trucks out in front, 3 trucks out in front, but the battle is on between that low line and that middle line. Low line's falling back significantly.
Yeah, it looks like whenever they went that 3-wide, it just kind of dissipated a lot of the energy that they had and let that top lane kind of prevail. But now there is no middle line again, so we'll have to see that bottom lane if they can generate the surge with the trucks they have leading it now and get back up there.
On the apron, and that is certainly a precarious position because coming back up can really unsettle the truck.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with all the bumps that there are in that bottom lane of the tri-oval. It's certainly a bumpy ride. You catch that transition to the apron wrong. Ooh, as we see the 00 about Bennett there coming out of 2, got a bad bump below the apron, hung on to it. He keeps it trucking, but yeah, that tri-oval, it's definitely one of the scariest places to be as we see another big move out of the 01. Going to stack up that inside line a little bit. They all do a good job keeping it going the right way for now.
20 laps into this run so far. Not without a lot of excitement here amongst these drivers.
Absolutely. As we keep on trucking and trucking, the prospect of the all-elusive and rare green flag pit stops come back into the equation here. I'd say they could probably go at least another 10 laps, but obviously we'll have to see. Oh, if they get there.
Oh my gosh.
What a save for now.
Oh,
they're wrecking.
Oh my gosh. Broadcaster's curse, guys.
Yeah, I gotta stop talking about them. Maybe they'll happen then. Almost had it saved and then just ran out of real estate, it looked like.
I think there's some collateral damage as well. There's some other drivers. Let's go back and take a look. Try to locate the 6 of Cody Nagels here. This truck has definitely got some damage.
Oh, for as many licks as he took, it doesn't look that bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse for sure.
There's that contact with the 77 who got a bump from the 2 that actually compounded it. And the masterful save here by Cody Nagels. It's what happened behind him that caused the big wreck. Right there's a 2.
Just the amount of speed lost by the 6. Big hit for the 6. Wow. Just the amount of speed that he lost trying to save it. Compounded, they ran over him. Nothing anybody could really do there. Just an unfortunately timed bump from the 2 truck. I don't think he realized that the 6 was going to make the move with the 77 truck, and whenever he did, he was just trying to help out the 77, and unfortunately got that 6 tagged in the left rear. But just the art of super speedway racing. It gives and it takes away.
It has definitely done some giving and a lot of taking here in Talladega. All right, our 7th caution has flown here on lap 85. We're just getting super close to the halfway point. Thank you all who have tuned in today to the IWM Broadcast Network. We appreciate all of you for watching and staying connected to us here on this Sunday.
Expect we'll see everybody on pit road once again. Probably
Yep.
fuel and 2 tires would be my guess. But, oh, contact on pit road
Yeah.
between the 18 and it looks like the 429.
Yeah, which you're going to have with these busy pit stalls.
Absolutely. Would expect a lot of trucks here from that wreck going to be sitting in the pits for a while, getting their damage repaired, trying to save that fast repair. Don't think the 6 truck's going to be able to avoid not using a fast repair. His truck looks pretty mangled up, but have to see.
Yep, there were drivers making their way out. I'm sure there's lots of conversations happening amongst drivers. Now, we always talk about having patience, but you know, in the heat of battle, patience goes right out the window.
Yeah, I feel like whenever we had that lap 3 caution, it kind of set the stage that patience was an afterthought, and they were racing for the win right there. So, you know, it's been certainly entertaining watching them race that way, though. And we've seen a lot of really, really good moves, exciting moves, daring moves. But unfortunately, it seems like they finally caught up to him right there.
All right, lap 86 here in the books. Alex Hill will be leading and will be our control car on this restart. 7 cautions so far. A little more than I expected, but plenty of races to go. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it hasn't been the cleanest start to a race I've ever seen, but at the same time, it has certainly been one of the more exciting ones.
Absolutely. We're certainly seeing a lot of talent on display, that's for sure. So.
Certainly not a lack of it at all. There are certainly some very talented drivers, and they are showing it off.
All right, we're going to have a lot of new names back up front, and you will see a familiar one we've talked about before, and that's the 80 of Larry McDonald. He finds himself in row 2 on this restart.
Good to see him back up there. Obviously, has done a good job of staying out of carnage since his wreck, staying relevant. And, now he's found himself up there in 3rd with a chance.
Yep, as well as the 102 of Buster Malcolm. The name that's relatively new for our broadcast team here. Haven't talked much about him yet, but I'm sure we will more.
Yeah, definitely some new names, which, as we've seen before, it doesn't seem that many drivers who are up at the front a lot tend to play nice with those newer names. So interesting to see how they'll fare up there.
Looking on back in the field, trying to get a feel for where other drivers are. Logan York is going to wind up back in 18th. See
It'll
Nathan
take him
Harper.
about,
Yeah, a half a lap.
yeah, I'd say maybe a lap. Give him a little bit of grace there, but
Cody Nagel's back in 26. We are seeing what appears to be, that's Malik Ray in that car that is blinking there.
certainly not something you want to be dealing with at all. But see how he fares, if his internet can hold up. But we're back underway with a new cast of characters.
Michael Barksdale out in front in that 00. A little disorganized right behind him. Expect that's about to change.
Yeah, I'd probably chalk that up to a bunch of guys up there that haven't restarted that far up in a while. So might take them a lap or two here to get everything figured out, or we'll just go 3 wide and figure it out later.
Yeah, might as well. Just, already wrecking. 2 goes around.
Oh, big hits for some of these guys.
2's coming back down. Yeah, I mean, if you've just used your only fast repair and you're having to weave your way through that calamity, your heart's in your throat.
Yeah, for sure.
Drivers involved, Tucker McClendon, Greg Thompson, William Scott, Jacob Gaudich, and I'm butchering his name, Jim Duda, John Ward, also involved.
Yeah, I hope none of those guys caught too much damage there, but certainly just looked like a bunch of people who didn't really race around each other a lot that whole race and didn't quite know exactly what everybody was going to do in certain situations and just bit them.
Back to see if we can figure out just what happened on that yellow. Keep an eye on that 2, that yellow 2 in the middle there. I think he goes. Let's see if we can get a rear view here.
But he's looking good so far. Oh,
That was odd.
almost like he downshifted is what it looked like with the flames coming out of the pipes whenever they did. Almost worth it to go on board and see if we can see the RPMs on his dash, see if they jump or.
Yeah, let's like right in. That's so odd. Let's back that up a bit and join the 2 in car.
One I hadn't seen in a while. The only reason I want to say downshifted is because you could see the flames come out of the pipes.
Let's bring up that dashboard real quick.
Huh. You noticed there right before you paused it, the front end of his, yeah, it looks like he did downshift with the RPMs jumping. But if you look right before he slows down, this front end of his truck like jumps up ever so slightly right there. It's almost like it was almost like a netcode contact with the truck in front of him where it didn't quite register it right, and it was almost like he just hit a wall and didn't let him go any further. So I don't know if he downshifted as much as just a really bad netcode contact.
Absolutely, that's definitely netcode. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what we're talking about, so this is a simulation, and a lot of the AI that's part of iRacing is that it anticipates what's going to happen in those fractions of a second of these different trucks and where they appear, and sometimes they don't get it right. Sometimes it just
Yeah,
happens.
that's a good example of it too there, where iRacing predicted that they were going to collide in a certain sort of way, and then the netcode algorithm just completely got it wrong, and just the combination of both of their Wi-Fi's getting sent to the server and then back to them just didn't quite add up right, and unfortunately we get a situation like that.
All right, lap 90 there under caution. We're about to reset this field and try to do this all over again. That'll put the 80, I think, of Larry McDonald up in front on and in control of this restart.
Yeah, for somebody who doesn't have a fast repair, that might be the safest place for him to be at this moment in time. So, but once again, a bunch of new faces, a bunch of guys who haven't really raced up front a lot this race. So we'll have to see how they all interact with each other, and hopefully how their Wi-Fi's interact with each other as well.
So far, I think we've only got one retiree. I think that's the 12 of Ethan Eckhart, who is showing retired. Other than that, we have a full 35 vehicles still on track. And well, I take that back. I think we may have also lost the 02 of Richard Elliott.
Yeah, it looks like they were removed from the server. So that is the interesting development there. Looks like both Richard Elliott and Ethan Eckert were both removed. So unfortunate for those guys, but
It's the
the
nature
show
of the
must go
beast.
on.
Yep, absolutely. All right, field is getting put back together. So Larry McDonald, who's up there in front, also has the ability to provide some commentary in our YouTube chat and let us know that reasons why some of those drivers were removed. All right, back underway here with the 80 out in front.
Already have a truck going to the top. Don't know if that's a bailout move. Looks like it. Or it was a very ill-timed 3-wide move. But
yeah, that's the 77 up there.
He's going to make his... He's going to tuck there in on the bottom. Looks like it was a bailout move of some sort.
Not a bad move. It really isn't. Especially if you're uncomfortable, you're racing around. Oh, already wrecking again. We're still green. How do we save that? We're not saving it. We're done.
A bunch of drivers made some incredible saves. Just unfortunately, it was just too many going all the ways around. So, but that should have been a lot bigger than it was, right?
Absolutely. I don't know how the 102 saved it. That's Buster Malcolm. So watch that 102 with that multicolored truck up on the high side. Like there's some left rear contact.
Sometimes 8 tires go straight better than 4. Use others to help straighten you out.
Yep, that worked.
But
That worked.
a lot of these drivers with great evasive action.
Yeah, but let's go look at, let's jump to where William Scott is. because that is happening behind the incident. He's in that Air Force truck.
Already seen the Air Force take flight once. Looks like only the back end took a little flight this time. Just looks like the 2 truck didn't quite see what was going on in front, and unfortunately kind of
Oh,
piled into the back there.
there's the 01 though of York. He's involved as well.
Some more damage going on behind. Looks like again somebody didn't quite see the 88 truck there. Didn't quite see what was going on in front.
Oh,
Oof,
yeah.
that was oof. Just kept getting tagged and tagged. The wreck that never stops.
All right, lots of drama and wreckage happening here. Lap 93 in our 9th caution. Lots of vehicles involved. Saw William H. Scott, Bobby Hadaway, Vicente Guerrero also involved in that incident. We are at the halfway point.
Yes, we are indeed.
All right. So the majority of the field is on pit road.
Looks like we only had 3 trucks decide to stay out this time, so maybe, yeah, about 3.
Larry McDonald, Paul Witt, Jim Duda also all stayed out.
Looks like some of these drivers are starting to find their way back up into contention after these previous couple of wrecks. Eagles back up into 6th now after that round of pit stops, so he's back. Barksdale back up there in the 00. Hastings still up there in the top 10 fighting around, so long way to go obviously, but drivers starting to realize we're halfway through it. Still a long way to go, but kind of getting towards the end.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, with all these
close.
incidents happening here, you know, if you've already burned your fast repair, we're going to see more vehicles in the pits for an extended period of time. Right now, there's about 8 or 9 drivers still in the pits making repairs. And I think this is where we're going to. Yeah. I think at this point we're going to begin to see drivers struggling to get this repair made and get back out there.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say about now until the end of the race is definitely right where we're going to start to see drivers unfortunately succumb to damage and not be able to continue. But so far, damage has not been too big of a concern. You know, a lot of wrecks, but not a lot of DNFs. So once again, this restart be led by Larry McDonald, Paul Witt flanking him, and you know Jim Dudich just kind of been hanging around, finds himself in 3rd. Wyatt Gray up in 4th, and looks like Joshua McCullough will round out the top 5. But I like what Wyatt can do pushing. He's found himself back up here after some earlier damage and things, so I can see what he can make happen here.
Absolutely. You saw that Cody Nagels was incidentally involved in that last wreck, but finds himself up back into 5th. So.
Absolutely. Once again, we're going to have a lot of single file cars here on this restart. A lot of guys taking damage, exiting a closed pit, or pitting a second time. So top lane going to be down some numbers here to start, and normally, as we've seen before, whenever that happens, 3 wide tends to follow shortly thereafter.
Absolutely.
It'll
All
be
right.
interesting to see if that trend continues here. Craghead finds himself back up on the lead lap in 11th after his network difficulties. So that's good to see. Good recovery out of him, taking some wave rounds. Got a lucky dog here and there, and already finds himself back up in contention.
Yeah, just a couple drivers lost in this field, so still 34 car trucks still at it. Pace car drops off. Yep.
Minds think alike.
Absolutely. All right, here we go, back underway here. Lap 95, and we are officially past the halfway point.
Both lanes pretty organized, 3 wide, a little further back. Little gap after about the first 4 rows, but evenly organized. Going to be up to Larry McDonald here to see what lane he wants to choose. Going to stick with the bottom, and already 3 wide.
As you predicted. Cody Nagels
like right
finds
now
himself in the middle with the 429, but settles down, and unfortunately the 6 is kind of left out to dry there.
Yeah, he's going to need to find a slot either on the bottom or on the top, or he's going to need some help to come find him quickly. Doing a really good job right now of pinching down that bottom lane, trying to side draft, keep a little bit of the draft, and here comes his help, and I believe that is the 33 of Crackhead trying to come save him, but just with those 2 trucks, it's going to be hard to do, but there's the help he needed in front of him.
Oh, spinning 429 goes around right up front. Big wreck, lot of damage, lots of wreckage going on. I heard at least 1 motor expire, so there's some major damage in the back. Paul Whittenvolve, William Scott, Corey Chaney, Michael Johns also involved.
Looks like the 6 truck got some serious damage off of that, and we already know he does not have a fast repair, so that could spell disaster there for Niegels, one of the favorites.
He's definitely missing some body work.
Just happens so fast, so hard to avoid for these guys. Sometimes it's just unavoidable. This was almost an interesting wreck because it seems like it didn't happen until the straightaway, and most of the time these wrecks are happening either blocking or bad pushes in the corners, but this one seemed to be whenever everybody was almost fully out of turn 2.
Contact right there, spins the 429 around right into the path of the 6 and the 01 and the 00.
Seems like that 44 truck just seems to have a knack for finding these incidents. Unfortunately, there he found the left rear of the 429, sending him around, and then right there in front, the 00 and the 6 making big contact, causes both their front quarter panels front fenders, I should say, to go flying. Then big contact there on the inside wall for some of those trucks. Definitely not what some of these guys wanted. Just a great job by the 18 truck, though, able to get her locked down, slow down, get no damage. Not see the Air Force truck take flight. And McDonald's going to bring it down pit road after staying out the past 2 cautions and get her top back off on fuel. With the gap that he has back to 2nd place by the time they hit the pits, he might be able to take 4 tires and still come out in 1st.
Keeping an eye here on the 80 of Larry McDonald as the rest of the field just gets in on pit road.
Yeah, he stayed caught up to the pace car, it looks like, did a good job there. Just fuel for him, though. Not going to take the tires. He's going to try and maintain it, but Sawyer stays out, so McDonald now not going to be in the lead.
17 of JW stays out, and he will be the car in control on this restart.
Seems like it's just been hard with all this field shakeup for these guys to find a rhythm, racing around guys they're not used to racing around. Even though we're halfway through this race, you'd think, oh, well, everybody's raced around everybody already for 90-some laps, but different parts of the field, you don't see a lot of the other drivers, and unfortunately, it seems like with all the mix-up with big wrecks that have happened in the front of the field, seems like not everybody's able to get on the same page right now.
Absolutely. All right, our 10th caution is underway here for an incident with a number of drivers here. Current leader is JW Sawyers. We got 10 cautions for 29 laps so far, 25 lead changes.
I was a betting man. I would have bet a lot more than 25 lead changes after we had 20 through about 40 laps or so, but unfortunately, with a bunch of the heavy hitters taking big damage there, that number might start to skyrocket once again.
Well, and we certainly have had a rash of incidents here. This last group of cautions have really played havoc with our runs, but it should settle down.
Yeah, I'd say as the field keeps getting jumbled up and everything like that, everybody will start to become familiar with everyone else, but so far it's just kind of been a survival of sorts. I know one of our keys to the race, Rick, was survive to the end, and it seems like that is becoming probably should have been key factor number 1 as opposed to number 3.
Yep, absolutely. Number of drivers back on pit road. Sean Stevens. I haven't talked much about Sean Stevens. Nathan Harper, Garrett Jenkins, and Wyatt Gray all back in, topping off fuel. As we're about to go back to green flag racing.
And now that we've hit lap 100, now it starts to become that time bomb, where you see it's less than 100 laps to go. It's only going to keep getting lower and lower, and with that, the moves are only going to become more aggressive and more desperate, which it's hard to believe that they can become more aggressive with what we've seen today, but I'd say 3 wide will start to become the norm here in about 20 laps, and that's whenever we start to see 4 and 5 wide.
Absolutely. Interesting fact, watch, Malik Ray is back in after having those connection issues and now back up to 13th.
Good to see that. Hopefully the blinking for him is done. Blinking is whenever, as you saw before on the broadcast for those unfamiliar, is whenever the car on track starts to blink in and out of the sim, where it'll appear and then disappear. So hopefully he's got those issues sorted, and he can just move forward and try and get back up to the front.
All right, watching that 17 Waffle House Ford truck as he is in charge of this restart. Gotta love a good Waffle House.
Can't go wrong with them.
Many a late nights.
That is for sure.
All right, JW leads this pack down into the United Rentals restart zone here at Talladega. And we are back underway. Green flag flies again here, lap 100.
Big checkups there on the top lane. The 52 truck, I believe that is Rick Javorka, did not quite get going on that restart. Unfortunately, he's going to pay the price. So is the 102 of Buster Malcolm. Going to lose some track position, and Rick will slot right there behind the 24 of Miles. Haven't seen him in a while, but he was definitely a player early. Looks like he's kept his truck clean and ready to race, so good to see him back up there, see what he can do.
concerned about the 6 truck of Cody Nagels. He's right now back in 19th. Looks like he is able to get going and has gotten repairs made. I do see all 4 fenders on that truck.
Those iRacing elves doing their magic once again.
Back up front, solidly 3 wide here with the 17. Got a good little nose out in front of the 11 on the high side. Lot of
much
movement.
about Forbes tonight. He was the fastest qualifier before the heat races, though we know that he knows how to make his truck go faster 1 lap speed. Now he finds himself leading this race with under 100 laps to go. Looks like he's kept his truck mostly clean for the most part. And right behind him, Cameron Craghead recovered nicely from those technical issues, and so is Malik Ray, who now finds himself following him in 3rd.
That rash of cautions certainly helped all those drivers who were a lap or 2 down make some good recoveries.
Yeah, absolutely. See that middle lane start to try and form once again. It'll be interesting to see if anybody can make that middle lane work. It's been hard to see it working as Stephen Miles goes to the top lane and it dissipates some of the energy. It's been hard to make that middle lane work. Normally it works whenever the bottom lane is established. Oh, 2 makes contact. Big contact, bouncing off each other. They save it somehow.
I don't see how that happens. I don't. I just don't.
180 some miles an hour saving that is certainly not the easiest thing in the world. But it looks like that's going to calm the 2 truck down at least for a lap or so. Get that heart rate back down and then try again, but that middle lane already gone. Logan York's going to try it. If anybody can make it work, I'd put my money on him making it work. It looks like they're going to try and get that bottom to work as...
Well, Logan's got a little bit of help there, and that certainly is what he needed. There's the 6 moving up.
Yeah, the 6 and the 01 should be familiar with each other. They've raced at the front all race long for the most part. Now they're going to see if they can make that middle lane work. As already 3 wide for the lead.
Saw the 18 of Mike Gray drop down and get in line on that lower line. So he's trying to flirt with 4 wide here.
They're making it work for the most part. Looks like the 661 of Galati is going to catch the short end of the stick on that one. Going to drop back, now get back in line in the middle. Big moves being made.
And the 6 finds himself back up at the front.
Also with the 6 and the 01 to be battling it out for the lead right now. We've seen him up front all race long. No different now. Ooh, 00 clipped the apron there. Coming out of 4. Almost as bad.
6 drops down off the high line, takes it into the middle. He's got Malik Ray behind him. With a lot of contact happening behind Malik there.
Craghead's got a new lease on life, finding it back to the lead lap, and he's certainly using it. Pushing very strongly so far.
01 has Kenneth McCullough right there on his tail. Giving him a solid push.
That 33 is pushing very strong tonight, and especially on this run. He said it is time to go and go now as he pushes the 6 clear of everybody and now finds himself leading the bottom line.
Solid 3 wide. 2 at the front, 3 at the front. We are solid 3 by 3 here. been a good recipe all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it's 3 wide or no wide at this point. So see Malik Ray slide up into that small hole on the outside. Just seems like that middle line, whenever they're 3 wide, just gets side drafted from both sides. Can't really go forward anymore. Just drifts back, and now we'll see 2 wide again. I wouldn't be surprised to see this bottom line creep up again. You see Malik Ray taking it 3 wide. Is anybody going to go with him?
Yeah, he's got some help.
Stephen Miles with him. Now we'll see again. It'll be that 3 wide again with that middle and the bottom and the top. We'll see if the middle lane can prevail. Those are 3 really strong trucks trying to make it work. So if they can make it work, it wouldn't surprise me. But nobody else has really been able to make that middle line go forward.
At lap 108 with just 80 laps to go. Lots of still aggressive maneuvers happening throughout. Logan York finds himself on top of the leaderboard.
I definitely think right now the cream is rising to the top. I think we have the top 5 trucks as far as how the race has been ran in the top 5 right now with Malik Ray, Logan York, Stephen Miles, Cody Nichols, and Alex Hill. I think those 5 trucks have definitely been up there. Obviously, there's been guys who have performed here and there, but I feel like those guys have been the most consistent tonight. And lo and behold, here on lap 109, they find themselves all battling it out at the front.
Pack's going to run up pretty soon on the 74, Brian Hennings. Brian is at the tail end of the lead lap.
Big move there at it. Cody Nichols trying to take this lead away from Logan York. Logan's going to try and drop it down to side draft. Nichols is going to clear back up to the top. That lapper's going to get on the apron here, get out of their way, let them race as they're 3 wide coming through the tri-oval. Brian Hennings there, he went another lap down. That's a good day gone bad for him. Seen him at the front a lot tonight. Just unfortunately things have not gone his way since he was at the front.
Cody Nichols out in front with the 01 of Logan York behind. See the 03 of Kenneth McCullough there.
Stephen Miles just pulling the 03 out of the way and a big shot into the back of Logan York there to Stephen Miles.
6 drops way down, tries to stall that the low line, and is just all over the place.
I think he thought he could get back up there and cover off Stephen Miles in the top lane, but they were coming with a full head of steam there, and he thought better of it, especially after seeing the shot that Miles just gave to the person right before. Big save there. He's still saving it. Yeah, I don't think patience is a vocab word that was used very often today.
Not at all. Oh my gosh.
With double zero in the wall again, we saw that a lot in the heat race. Keep it going and get a big shove there to get his momentum back, but that's something to watch for. We saw it in the heat race, and now we're seeing it in the race as well. Whenever it starts to get going and everybody's next to the wall, it doesn't seem like the double zero quite has it in him. We see him tag the wall again and again.
Yeah, there's no give and take here. It's all take.
Absolutely. Whenever people throw those wicked blocks, they're not lifting for them anymore. It's certainly just keep the throttle mashed and hopefully they can hang on to it.
Field is mostly together here. Did you see that in expanse again? Because the fact that we have not had any green flag pit stops as to date, so far today, this field has been bunched up since the get-go.
Yeah, and I think this racing kind of speaks for itself as to why we haven't had any green flag pit stops. It is pull, go, and you'll worry about the consequences later. to give a quick shout out here to Bobby Hadaway. It is the 09 truck in sim. Oh, and as I say that, announcers curse once again. We have one flipping down the backstretch.
That's a 661 going over on its lid. That's Joey Galati, certainly putting on a show here with that. Nathan Harper also engaged in some harm.
Fortunately, I was just about to give credit to Bobby Hadaway. It seems like he was the one who got turned to kickstart that whole thing.
Let's take a look.
Bobby had been running a tough race up to that point, was a lap down for a lot of it. Finally found himself back on the lead lap, running at the back end of the top 10 there on the top side. Looks like just an aggressive push gone wrong.
Watching the 18 of Wyatt Gray, he also has a meatball as well. There's a 661 on the inside. Looks like possibly another left hook.
Looks like we had two wrecks happen at once there, Rick.
Yeah, that's wild.
Looks like Bobby and Wyatt got tangled up, and then, of course, those two did. Almost had two trucks go over. Thankfully, the 18 sat back down, but 661 with a wild ride down through the apron.
The 03 as well was up on its lid, on its side at least. More contact. Oh, big contact. Wow. That explains the meatball on the 18.
Yeah. Unfortunate for these guys, just playing a little bit too much bumper tag and getting a little too aggressive, but now all these pit stops become even more important. I doubt we see any tires here as everybody's looking for track position, and unfortunately it looks like the 80 of Bobby McDonald, who has no more fast repairs left, as we saw earlier, has a good chunk of right front damage, so he might be sitting in his pit stall for a little long.
That's your leader, Stephen Miles, getting out. It's a fuel-only stop, appears.
Looks like we're going to have some aggressive pushers restarting in second and third with Hastings and Craighead. Both of them have been very aggressive with that front bumper today, not worried about scuffing them at all. So we'll see how hectic this one gets with those two up towards the front.
All right, 11th caution here, lap 115 of 188. That puts us right there with just over 70 or so laps to go.
You know, Rick, most of the time I'd say these guys might get into fuel saving mode, you know, try and make it on one more stop, being just outside their window, but today I don't think that is going to be the case.
No, there's been no saving. No saving whatsoever. I don't think, I'd love to say these guys all had plans. No plans. Nope. Just go.
I think they said we're going to have some fun while we do this, and I think they certainly have had some fun. It's certainly been entertaining, hectic, and any other adjectives that you come up with.
All right. Again, thank you for tuning in to the IWM broadcast of the Old St. Nick 500 here as we approach the holidays. Thank you for tuning in, and if you do get the opportunity to subscribe to our channel, we would appreciate you joining the IWM broadcast family. Over 2,000 people strong who tune in to our broadcast. We certainly appreciate and are humbled by that, and appreciate you joining, and we'll keep you updated. If you enjoy watching sim racing, we've got lots coming up in the coming 2026 season. Both our leagues on Wednesdays and Thursday nights run the full NASCAR schedule. And we'll bring you all of your favorite tracks in a preview before whatever happens on Saturday and Sunday. Well, now Hunter Hastings will be the man in charge of this restart, I think, or no, Stephen Miles will. They'll be on the front row together. Stevens has elected to take that outside line.
Yeah. Well, Rick, a lot of the favorites have been collected in things. If you had to pick one favorite that you had now, who are you going with?
I got up. Malik Ray seems to have his stuff together, but maybe I'm looking at. I'm looking through the list here. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm confused at this point. I thought Cody Nagels was going to do it. He may still. He's now back in 17th, but he's been caught up. I think today anything can happen to anybody.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a fair statement. I mean, we've seen the 2 truck get involved in numerous incidents so far, and he finds himself right now on the outside of row 4, running in 8th. So I definitely agree with you. I think it's a toss-up right now, but honestly, if we had intel to see who it was, but whoever has a faster pair left, I think has a pretty good chance.
Yeah. I don't think we don't have that intel. That would be great to have. Someone at iRacing, you're listening? Broadcasters need to know.
Especially in races like this, I feel like that's more valuable than your buy-in at this point.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Back to green flag racing. 24 of Stephen Miles gets this underway. Good push with Malik Ray behind. Gets that outside line going. No real stack-ups that time.
Little gap there forming between about the top 8 or so drivers and then on back from there, but they'll catch them with a head full of steam. Wouldn't be surprised to see 3 wide by the time we hit turn 3.
A little bit of contact there on that outside line. And yeah, 3 wide.
Looks like the 2 truck with Ward is going to try and take it 3 wide, see if he can get any help with them. Looks like that top lane's going to drop down. Wouldn't be surprised if this second pack finally kind of catches back up and gets their momentum built up to see them start charging at them, get wicked then. But right now, not a lot of energy with these top 8 or so cars. Here comes the more established 3 wide. The 2 truck of Ward. Looks like the 77 as well as the 6 and Eagles there with them.
Big move by Malik Ray.
Definitely not worried about fuel saving.
No. Not one bit. We're on board with the 6 of Nagels here.
Fighting that wheel a lot. Little tiny adjustments, trying to keep that truck straight while getting hit in the bumper. He is clear to the inside, so we'll have to see here maybe in the 3 if he decides to dive out and take it. We know he likes to lead those lines. He's going to go ahead and do it. And of course he has the 01 of Logan York right there on his bumper. We've seen those 2 work really well together all night long. Wouldn't be a surprise to see it work here now as well.
You can see the telemetry off on that chart on the left-hand side. So much activity.
He's definitely had one of the more eventful days for sure, as high as first. Looks like he's been down in the 30s as well, with his low being 31st, so wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more ups and downs in that chart as we progressor through these last 70 or so laps.
All right, three folks are gone. Sean Stevens, Elliott, and Eckert are out. There's one driver in the pits. That's Michael Johns. He's been there an extensive period of time in that truck getting repairs made. Everybody else is on the track. 32 drivers still active. Lottie 1 lap down, Hennings 1 lap down, and Gray 1 lap down.
The 3 wide form again with none other than the 6, 01, and 11. Whenever the 01 made that move to join the Eagles in the middle line, he about lost it. Very aggressive move from the top down to the middle. See if any of these drivers up front try and put a stop to their momentum that they have going right now in the middle. Interested to see here if they'll keep it in the middle or dive it down to the bottom lane for the corner.
Still hanging up tough up high.
Absolutely, he's some really good trucks behind him, and Ray and Miles, as well as Hastings. Once again, the trucks that we've seen up front all night long are back up front at this very moment.
It looks like what's below that lower line and midline just have not got the organization yet to challenge.
Yeah, it's definitely not for a lack of trying. I just think it's the fact that that inside line has so many trucks, but they're all stacked up so far back, they just don't quite have the momentum going forward that they need it to happen. Now that those 3 have cleared down in front of the bottom, that'll give that line the energy I think they need. The 2 drop down in front too, so that gives them some really good trucks to work with up front. Now we should see them make a charge as long as that middle line stays clear. Have to see though if the top makes a move down to react to it, because as we've seen before very often, yep, there they go, down to the bottom. No middle line is formed. They're going to try and pinch them down, stall the runs, and side draft them.
Solid side-by-side racing here. Oh, contact, 77, he saves it. How he does that, I don't know. Oh, the 01 goes around.
The 01 goes around.
Caught up in that is the 01.
The 11 gets looped around there late as well.
Buster Malcolm is also involved in the 102.
I don't know how that wasn't a bigger wreck than it was.
Right? Logan, New York's got some damage, but it wasn't terrible. Let's see if we can.
It looks like he drifted up just a skosh there in the middle of the corner.
Look at the contact up in front with the 77.
The art of pinching, it can go really well for you or really bad, and it looks like the 77 got a little too tight for their comfort. Little contact. Great save, though, by Hill.
Yep.
And then it looks like the 01 just drifts up off that double yellow line just a little bit. I mean, most people would say that that's just a racing incident, and that's exactly what it is. Just drifts up off that double yellow line ever so slightly, and with how tight these guys are racing and how little room they're giving, just enough to send him up into the wall. And then unfortunate for the 429, nowhere to go. To see these guys come piling in, just nowhere to go whenever a truck's that slow up in front of you. You're trying to avoid it, but unfortunately contact is going to happen. I don't think anybody got too bad of damage. I'd say the 01 of York will definitely have the most, but it looks fixable.
Yeah, no meatballs or no meatball flags have been displayed, so looks like he's just got to get some repairs done.
See for sure. Just that's what happens whenever you get down to the end of these races. Nobody's going to give you an inch, and things like that just happen. Where, I mean, he moved up maybe a foot off that yellow line, if even that, Rick, and that's just how tight they're pinching him down.
Yep, absolutely. couple teammates are up at the front. You've got Alex Hill and Cody Nagel sitting 1 and 3 at the moment.
We see, I think John Ward has a little bit of rear brake bias dialed into that thing. Saw him a little squirrely there, trying to get as much as he could coming into the pits, but would expect just gas here. I don't think anybody needs tires except for those involved in the wreck. Trying at this point in the race with 65 to go or so, it's definitely just fuel and keep your track position, I would assume. But it looks like, as I say that, Alex Hill's going to go ahead and take 4 tires now.
He did. He took all 4 here with 63 laps to go.
Might give him a little bit more maneuverability. I mean, he did just have that save coming out of 2. Might have thought he overheated him a little bit and wants a little bit more maneuverability, but we'll have to see if he can scratch and claw his way back. He only falls to 10th, so not too bad. 4-tire trade from top 5 to 10th, so we'll have to see if that benefits him.
That puts John Ward and Cody Nagels on the front row on this restart.
You know, Ward's kind of been the sleeper. We've seen him up front quite a bit, but it always seems like he's never the guy to watch up front, but he always just seems to be there. So he might be one that can challenge the 5 or 6 trucks that we think have the best chance to really win this thing.
Absolutely. All right, 63 laps to go. Normally, if this was just green flag racing, we'd assume that there would be one more stop, and it would be that would cover them all the way through. But I don't know if it's going to be just one more stop.
Yeah, I definitely think once we get to about 40 to 35 to go, we might see the last pit stops for some of these guys with the amount of cautions that have came out. You know, we think they can go anywhere from 28 to 32 laps, but with caution laps, you're barely burning any fuel. So we'll have to see if some people try and risk it if we get a caution with about 45 laps to go, if they pit there and try and ride the cautions all the way home.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, I'm not even certain you want to come in and just top off with fuel, but here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys are trying to cover their bases just in case it does happen to go green. I mean, we're gonna go green with just over 60 laps to go. So I'd assume if they're topping off, that means that our fuel calculations are about correct, that 28 to 32. So if in chance we do get to see one green flag pit stop, I think those guys that topped off might just be in a little bit better fuel situation than the rest of the field.
Yeah. I'm hoping. You know, it's on my Christmas list. So.
Hope you weren't bad this year, otherwise you're just gonna get coal.
Trying to stay on the good graces.
With the intensity, I mean, this is we've seen intense all race, but I think now we're hit a different level. We're inside of that one stop.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
You know, I think earlier in this race we had some guys, you know, that were like, oh, we're just gonna kind of play it safe. You know, I think one guy to look at in particular would be Harper. I think he definitely hasn't been showing off his full skill set all race. He's kept this truck relatively clean. I don't think we've seen that Chick-fil-A mobile involved in many incidents. We've just recently seen Malik Ray finally come into the picture. So I think there's definitely some guys back there that haven't been going full bore. So I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually get to that point where it's just gridlocked 3x3 racing.
Well, John Ward and Cody Nagels are on that front row. Going to get this restart underway momentarily. Back to green at lap 127. Just about 60 laps to wrap up here in this old St. Nick 500. The intensity today just has been wild.
Yeah, it has definitely been one of the most intense 188 lap races I think I've ever seen. There's been no lap logging, no sandbagging. It has been go, go, go.
That 2 did not get a good start. So
looks like the top is a little spread out right now. The bottom lane's very well connected with those first 3 trucks. We'll just have to see if it's enough to overpower that run. The top lane's going to get wound up more on this restart.
I think they figured that out. They're formed up pretty good. You got some great drivers in that top line.
Absolutely. I mean, Ward, Hastings, Niegels, Donald, Duda, they've all been up at the front for a lot of this race, so it's no surprise to see them figuring out this restart. Once again, here we go with the pinching and the running close here. We saw how that worked out the last time, so wouldn't be surprised to see it end with another wreck here soon. But these guys have also done this all race, and we've made it to this point, and all these guys are still running. So
yep, there's something to be said for that. See. Solid 2x2 here. John Ward to the outside leading that line. Cody Nagel to the low line leading that one. He's got a good push behind him in the 11 and the 77. Kudos to Mark Pearson. He's out running in 4th.
Yeah, we haven't talked about him all night long, and now he finds himself up here in the top 5. Second on that inside line with a chance. Everybody on this lead lap still has a chance. As we see kind of right now, it's kind of like this top about 15 or so trucks, and then everybody else is just kind of straggling, hanging on back there.
Fastest lap of the night was just put in by Paul Witt way back in 22nd with a 51.65.
Now all those trucks starting to close in, and here comes the 3x3 where all these lanes are going to start to get filled up. Nobody wants to be dropped from this lead pack, as we see some big moves being made kind of further on back.
That was York.
And don't look now. The York has now moved into that middle line, kind of gridlocked now, but as soon as he gets a clear high or clear low, look for him to take it. Really tight move there from Miles. Now drifting back in that middle, looking for some help. He's finally going to get some help there. 26 Tennessee truck.
JW finds himself in the middle again, right there, looking for a spot. Drifts up a little bit, tags the left front quarter panel of the 80 of McDonald. No harm,
York
no
making
foul.
a really tight move there, 4 wide up top. He's going to have some help going with him. Harper's going to get stuck there in the no help line of that 4 wide. Going to drift back again, and now York finds himself leading the middle line. Not much help behind him though.
No, none actually. He tried to work his way back up, but the gap closed. He's got a great sense of spatial awareness, because I would have never thought he would have fit in that space, and just slides right in.
As we see 4 wide once again. Really tight contact between all those trucks. There goes York and the 17 around. Crazy that there was no more calamity than that. You saw it happening. Once that 4 wide happened, it was just a running out of space right there where 4 lanes goes into 3, headed off into turn 1.
He's having a little bit of words there, maybe. Sure. Get a far chase on Logan York here.
So as you can see, the 52 of Rick Javorka tried to go outside, try and cover off the middle, and York was just having none of that, made it 4 wide. And it looks like they just kind of ran out of space here. 52 moves up just a skosh. And looks like the 17 kind of comes down a little bit. Gets hooked a little bit by the 7 of McCullough there behind, and it just kind of sets it off from there. decent hit there between the 102 of Buster Malcolm and York there.
I think that's the majority of his hit, though. I don't think, think everybody else avoided him.
A great avoidance there by Forbes.
Yeah.
Junior in the 11. That is close.
Wow.
I think all those guys that got involved in that incident are going to come away relatively unscathed. I mean, yeah, they're going to need to pull some fenders out. 102 definitely have some decent fender damage, but nothing that can't be fixed by sitting in the pits for about a minute and a half, I don't think.
Well, with the way these long cautions run, there's a good chance that you can just get that done here under caution.
Absolutely. And now here's the question. Is anybody going to gamble and stay out? Or is it everybody's pitting here, trying to keep it full, trying to get to that number where they think they can make it?
My Christmas tree here is lighting up for everybody.
Looks like everybody's thinking that, you know, just in case we go green, they don't want to be the one who doesn't have that full tank of gas, which unfortunately I don't think they need to be worried about a long green flag run here, but you never know.
Everybody's come in.
As we now see the 6, Cody Niegel seems like he's been involved in his fair share of incidents tonight. Ran up front a lot though. He's in first, but Mark Person in second, John Ward third, Steven Miles fourth, and Hunter Hastings fifth.
That lap leaders chart is pretty impressive, but Cody Nichols is clocked as having led 42 laps here.
Yeah, we've certainly seen our fair share of that pretty number 6 truck out front quite a bit tonight, and rightfully so. He's made a lot of the right moves. Unfortunately, caught himself up in his fair share of accidents, but that truck looks brand new and ready to keep rocking. But I mean, now we have the 67 of McClendon in the top 10. We have, you know, Person up there, Barksdale, which we've seen the 00 once again in one of in these high pressure moments. He's going to restart here on the top lane, so we'll have to watch out if he gets ever forced up next to that wall. We've seen him nab it a lot in the heat race and a lot in this feature race too, so another thing to keep an eye out, especially being this far up in the field. If you nab that wall while you're top of 3, it could spell trouble for a lot of people.
Number of drivers took fuel only, but some took 4. Craighead, Duda, Masowitz, Jaworka, McDonald all took tires.
We did see Jaworka involved in that wreck that last time, so not surprising to see him throw at least 2 new Goodyear rubbers on there. But a lot of these guys, I guess, are having second thoughts, saying we just need a full reset. I mean, you get the new tires on it. If you have them, you might as well use them.
All right, we are down to 54 laps to conclude this event. We've seen some amazing racing so far, some great saves, some failed wrecks, but amazingly enough, here we have 30 cars, 30 trucks still on the lead lap. Out of 36, only 4 retirees to date.
If I was a betting man, I would have been very, very wrong with the fact that we'd still have 32 trucks out on track, with 2 of those being a lap down.
Crazy. Unfortunately, after that incident, York is going to wind up at the tail end of the lead lap. He'll wind up in 29th, I think.
It shouldn't be anything for York. As long as that truck's clean, we should see him back up in the top 10 within about 4 to 5 laps, I'd say. That might even be too many laps.
Larry McDonald in the 80 has a lot of support online. A lot of drivers are watching. Viewers encouraging the 80 to make a move with 50 or so laps left.
Larry's drove a smart race since he knocked down the fence in 1 and 2. Since then, having no fast repair the rest of the race, still be up here running with all the wrecks that he's been surrounded by. Pretty impressive, keeping himself still in the fight.
Absolutely. All right, the 6 of Cody Nagels gets this restart going. And here we go, back to green flag racing. Here in the old St. Nick 500. 50 or so laps to go to see who will be crowned champion.
Oh, there goes the 26 already. Big wreck. Oh, Duda over and over again. Still tumbling.
Oh my God. He is.
And he's going to come to rest on his side.
That is not often the case. I think he's going to get a little help to get righted.
Looks like it. There he goes.
Oh my gosh.
In the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, little gift.
I unfortunately don't know if that truck's going to be able to move, but I feel like this all got kickstarted with the 26 and the 053.
Right there. Out of shape.
Just
Big hit for the 053.
massive hit. Big hit for the 26 as well. The 80 right in the middle of it. Somehow looks like he's going to get out of here relatively unscathed. Might have a little bit of rear damage from the tag from the back, but in all honesty, that getting kind of hit a little sideways might have helped him. And I hope Duda doesn't have a motion rig.
Or he's not in VR.
And that would not be a fun ride.
Nope. All right. Well, didn't make a whole lot of progress there from our last caution.
Not at all. Unfortunately, I think we just thinned the herd a little bit with that one.
Yep, there's a few Jim Dudas definitely in the pits. He's got a meatball. Not much.
Yeah, that might be race over for Duda, unfortunately. And
yeah.
some last minute decisions. A little contact there almost with the lap car from Ward and
Cody
Heading.
Nagels makes a last second. That may cost him. I'm not sure how they. That's going to wind up being an unsafe pit entry and still get flagged or what?
I don't know if he hit the actual full-blown timing line. I know he went past the quote-unquote commitment line, but the actual timing line is a little further down, so I think he's going to avoid iRacing penalty. Just be interesting to see how, if race admins have anything to say about that.
Nothing has flown or was said, so we'll see.
I think if he's good by iRacing, he should be good. Very, very late stay out call. Almost ended horribly for Hennings, the lap car. Got tagged by Ward. But going to be at a little bit of a fuel disadvantage. Not much, considering I don't think we even made it through turn 1 without the caution coming out. So I think they're going to be relatively fine. I don't see anybody being able to stretch it on cautions from here, so I think that's no harm, no foul right there.
Yeah, everybody will need to stop one more time.
The only way I could see that coming back to bite him is if, in the off chance, we just keep going caution, 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 and the people who pit then are able to make it. These guys are not, but I find that highly unlikely, and you know, hopefully unlikely as well.
All right. Well, just 50 or so laps to wrap up this event here at Talladega, the old St. Nick 500. A few rash of cautions have kind of set us back a little bit here time-wise, but we appreciate those of you who are staying with us as this race winds down. Cody Nagel's out in front, John Ward in second, Mark Pearson in third, Hunter Hastings in fourth, and Michael Barksdale in fifth. I'm giving the hard chart, the wrench wrangler, the hard charger award. Really, at this point, it's got to be to Mark Pearson.
Yeah, between him and John Ward, Mark's up 27 spots, Ward's up 26. So, I mean, if they flipped it, it'd go to Mark would increase his advantage. But I mean, they both have done really well to find themselves in this position now. I know we've seen Ward up front a little bit more often. He overcame that weird netcode issue in that wreck earlier, but you know, Mark's kind of just snuck his way up here. We haven't really talked about him a lot tonight. I think he was running around the back a lot. I think he was even a lap down or two a couple times, but finds himself down the front five.
In an incident or so in the early stages of this event, but right back in it.
Definitely say if anybody has a 0x at this moment, that would be quite surprising. I feel like everybody's at least been involved in one wreck at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single clean car.
We will see. I mean, everybody on the lead lap has a chance at this point, and you know, Wyatt Gray's only a lap down at this moment in time as well, so with one more caution, he could find himself back in it as well.
All right, getting ready to go back to green flag racing here at Talladega in the old St. Nick 500. Just 50 laps to go. So that 18 is making its way back up following some earlier incidents. Here we go, back to green flag racing. Cody Nagels takes the inside line, leads them back to the start-finish line with the two of John Ward's is outside.
Not the jump Nagels wanted at all right there. Not going to be able to clear Ward, and obviously, as we've seen, that top lane's going to have a whole host of momentum coming here off of two. Going to send Nagels scrambling, trying to find an answer here to how to get back in the lead.
Already here we are in the backstretch. That third lane is beginning to form up. About to go 3 wide. Paul Witt moves down there in that 429 truck. He's challenging for the lead from the center spot.
Exactly what Nagels needed right there. That middle lane completely stalled out the top, allows both him and Mark to clear up. And just like that, the 6 truck back out in front.
00 down low, straddling that double yellow line. He's got a little bit of a push with Josh McCullough behind him.
Don't look now, Rick, but Nathan Harper's found himself back up towards the front for the first time all race. Saw him have a good heat race until the very end, and now kept that truck clean and finds himself battling inside the top 5.
Nathan Harper in that Chick-fil-A Ford makes his way up, currently showing in 8th. That low line just does not have the momentum. Malik Ray drops down to the apron, slides his truck back up onto the racing surface.
see if this bottom lane can find something. They don't really have that middle lane there to challenge them quite yet. You should be able to see them cut a lot of time off here in this dog leg of the tri-oval that they have. Seems to be out of 4 and through into 1 is where that bottom lane really prevails. But here on the backstretch, it seems like this top just gets a wicked run contact.
0077 made contact. That's Barksdale and Mark Pearson. A little bit of door-to-door action there.
Race long, we've seen Barksdale unable to really find out exactly where the edges of his truck are at. We've seen him in the wall a couple times, seen him banging off of people a couple of times, but he's able to save it.
Highline continues to make hay here. Does well. You see the 6 of Nagels drop down, take advantage of that low line run, steal what he can, and slide back up.
I think he realized that last lap at the bottom was able to make up a lot of time through that tri-oval and into 1. Tried to stall him out a little bit and did that precisely.
Middle lane's trying to forward back up. They got something going. The 429 is there trying to make it happen. That's Paul Witt in the middle. Big push by the 77 on the 6.
Absolutely, I think Joshua McCullough's had enough trying to push that 00. He's going to the middle. Going to make it 3 wide, and as we've seen, whenever it gets 3 wide, both those inside lanes get stalled out and allows the top to kind of check out. So we have to see if either of these 2 bottom lines can make some hay with some new characters in them.
One now makes it 4 wide back there. He's not done. You know, 4 wide right now, and now he slips up to the high line.
He was not deterred at all by the last time he went 4 wide and got involved in a wreck. He said, let me try it again.
Second time's the charm, I guess, for the 01.
That time didn't end as badly as the other time, so maybe now he has more confidence to do it for a 3rd time.
You're encouraging him.
When, as we've seen, Rick, as soon as they get 3 wide and those inside lanes kind of get next to each other, that top lane just prevails once again. I mean, the top, almost 7 trucks in that top lane are all clear of the other lane, so look for maybe the 2, the 44, or even the 01 to make a move, trying to get to the inside and build a run.
Huge run on that outside line. That inside, as Jordan just explained, is just falling back, and now they're trying to regroup. See Larry McDonald move down out of that middle line, trying to see if that low line can make a move.
Unfortunately for Rick Jaborka, he's made his bed in the wrong lane all night long. He's just been trying to make that middle work and work and work and just has not been able to. But now that that middle lane's gone, look to see if this bottom lane can start to make the hay like we've seen it before. Whenever there's no middle lane, the bottom lane tends to start surging back again against the top lane.
Just like that, Logan York drops down to lead that low line. See if he can make that. Works on the 44, Bob in there. That's Hunter Hastings trying to make it a little indecisiveness there, but here we go again.
Just like that, 1 corner later, Logan York is now challenging for the lead after that move to the inside. He's getting pushed hard. Oh, they're going to be wrecking.
Nope.
Are they going to save it? Oh, no, they're going to wreck. Big hits for some of these guys. Oh, the 00 tag there late. Oh, big hit right there at the end as well. I think that was the big one there, Rick.
That's got to be. There's half the field involved. That's the 7 of McCullough has got some major damage. Josh McCullough is not able to keep that truck straight. Or is he?
There's some wicked hits there at the end.
Yep.
Wouldn't be surprised to see some days over, especially the 00 Barksdale. If he doesn't have a fast repair, he might not be very happy. The 7 of McCullough, I think he's just testing out to see kind of what the damage is. He hit pretty hard, but honestly, that truck doesn't look too bad.
That's where there's some frame damage on that truck. That right front has got some issues.
Unfortunately, we're talking so good about Mark Pearson, and now he finds himself 29th with a torn up race truck.
Yep,
Rick
he is.
Javorka as well.
Yep,
Had a
yep.
great race going. He now finds himself on pit road. Yeah, that 77 is bouncing. I don't think that your suspension is supposed to do that unless you're in a lowrider.
Nope. Number of drivers are. Mark Pearson's got a meatball flag, as does a number of other drivers. We'll see how this all plays out.
Now, Rick, this is where kind of that fuel situation becomes a little bit iffy. We're going to be going back to green with around 40-ish laps to go. Obviously, we think you can go 30, but with the rate of these cautions flying, do you think if they pit now they can make it? Or do you think some people are going to gamble, pay out, and hope to catch a caution in 20 or so laps? I mean, the strategy is wide open at this point to the end.
I think they're all going to hang out. Maybe not all, but I mean, I think that there's going to be one more caution at least.
Yeah, it's just, I think there's definitely going to be cautions. It's just the fact of some of these guys might think they can make it from here if they pit now with all the caution laps. So we'll have to see. Looks like everybody's going to come down.
Yep.
Nigel stayed out the last time with a late move, though, so you never know.
42 laps to go, 40 by the time you get back, 39 get back after caution. You're going to need to stop at least one, well, not at least, one more time for sure. But the way that we've seen this, yeah, the aggressive moves are just killing them.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously now also you're going to have, I mean, you see the 17, his left front fender was over there hitting a move. So we'll have to see how many trucks are actually still raceable after that one. There were a lot of big hits for a lot of contenders. So
Yeah,
might take a little bit of the energy out of this pack.
Yeah, we'll see. I see a black flag on Rick Javorka still. It's like most of the meatballs have cleared. Maybe some guys did have a leftover quick repair. We'll see. Right now we're seeing all the field begin to make their way off of pit road. I'm waiting to see those who will stay behind. And looks like it's a significant list. Guerrero, Salyers, Hadaway, Ward, Barksdale is now out. Nope, he's still in. McCullough, Cheney still in. Gray. Yep. A lot of wreck race cars right now on pit road.
And one person I think this benefited was Hunter Hastings. Brian Hennings. Similar last names, got me a little screwed up there in the 74 truck. I mean, we just saw him a lap down not that long ago, and he was having a good day earlier, and we were worried that his day had slipped away from him, and he lost it. Now he finds himself now, fresh fuel reset, clean truck, and in fourth.
Absolutely. Well, Nagels is still on top, leading another lap. Let's bring up where we are with lap leaders right now. Nagels and Miles. Miles will restart somewhere in the third row. Alex Hill right there. For Larry McDonald, he's back there in 13th. So a lot of the guys who have led laps, who've been successful today, will be still back in the top 10.
Yeah, it looks like our top 4 lap leaders will all restart in the first 3 rows. So certainly the people who have been able to be up front have kept themselves out of trouble. As we see our wrench wranglers, Wyatt Gray with a rough day, followed with Joshua McCullough just having some rough days, but looking third. Brian Hennings, he's fixed 11 minutes of damage and now finds himself restarting in the top 2 rows.
Absolutely. So the Nightmare Esports Group, Cody Nagels on top, but Alex Hill finds himself in 6th. Unfortunately, Ethan Eckert is out of the event.
You know, one thing, Rick, I've had teammates in iRacing in the past, and we always want to make sure, you know, or at the end of the day, one of our trucks in this instance are winning the race. But with the money and the buy-in and everything else, I feel almost like your teammates might become your worst enemies if you try and work with them too much. I feel like at this point it's kind of, I mean, it has been all race, but especially now, gloves are off. Your friends are where you find them.
Yep, absolutely. 30 laps to go, 39 at the restart. Long race is winding down here to just about a tank and a half of fuel.
Have to see how the cautions fall. You know, maybe some people think they can stretch it from here. And I think they need about 4 cautions between now and the end of the race to be able to stretch it all the way on fuel. And at our rate, that looks pretty promising. But at the same time, if you only get 3 and you have a decent run to the end, you might be throwing away your chances. So there's still a lot to race for and a lot of fuel calculating and a lot of stressed people right now.
Back underway here. Cody Nagels takes that outside line.
A lot better than restart there for Nagels. This time not going to have to fight as hard to establish dominant position. But that bottom lane did surge through 1 and 2. Very well organized with some really, really strong trucks down there with Forbes, Miles, Harper, Craighead, some very, very stout race truck drivers.
11, the 24, the 25, and they're collectively doing a great job. They're right there neck to neck with Nagels on that outside line.
Nagels did a great job dragging that outside line down to pinch and then back out to get the run. They should have a massive run here out of 4. But like we've seen before through this tri-oval, that inside line tends to gain a lot, and they're running the wall, so a lot of distances to be made up. That lap was almost
down, pinch them down a bit.
Trying to get that run up off and it back out towards the wall once again. Seemed to work out really good right there as they get a massive run down the backstretch and the bottom lane starts to break up just a little bit.
Field is broken apart into 2 distinct groups.
Sure, wonder if those trucks back there are just a little too damaged to hang on to this lead pack's pace, as they are certainly getting it. There is no holding back. It is mashing that gas right now.
Actually, you got Bobby Hadaway in that 9 truck out there leading that second pack.
Those guys could also be banking on a couple more wrecks. Maybe they're out of faster pairs and trying to make sure that they avoid getting in any more carnage. Could be a good move with how intense this front pack is getting, with now John Forbes taking over the lead and moving up in front of Nagels. And once again, we see those bottom 2 lines kind of starting to stall each other out. And as I say that, here comes Hennings and Nagels down to the bottom. Nagels trying to take back that lead.
Slips underneath the 11. Got a good push, but needs some help.
Gonna abandon Hennings there. Hennings gonna drift back. Gonna look for some help there in the middle.
Just call the position call changes.
See now some new characters down in those bottom 2 rows, with Hennings being pushed by Hill and Masowitz being pushed by Miles. We know Miles has a really good truck. He's led, I think, the 2nd most laps of the race, but all those laps came early, so we haven't seen him in a while.
Solid racing now here, lap 152. Come into the tri-oval again. Nagels, Forbes on that outside line.
Looks like that backpack Rick is also getting a little bit broken up. They're losing time to those in front of them, so they're going to need to find something here if they want to get back up in that lead pack. But right now it looks like we're back to 2 by 2, which should lend the advantage to that bottom line.
That 80 car, McDonald is flirting with that center lane, dropping down to that inside line.
See if Nagels can drag that line down here to try and side draft her, if he's going to keep him up by the wall. He's going to try and drag him down, but it doesn't look like everybody else is trying to get as tight as he wants him to. Might let the 64 clear here off of 4.
Yeah, that's 64. Joey Massawas certainly has an opportunity now. That paid off well for him. He could move up or just continue to lead that inside line.
Yeah, I think he's having regrets that he didn't move up right now as that inside line's starting to break up a little bit. Big gaps between the 24 and the 25 there on the bottom. Gonna need a big, strong surge of them getting reconnected here on this backstretch to have a chance. There goes Miles to the back bumper.
A little bit of loosey-goosey there, 3 or 4 trucks back. Gotta keep it together.
Certainly. This inside lane cannot like that middle lane starting to form with the 2 truck. And as these guys drop down in the middle lane, in the corners, it's only going to help that middle lane stay prevalent. And if that middle lane gets picked up, not going to be good for the inside.
I thought that 7 truck was toast, but no. Joshua McCullough's right there inside the top 5.
Forbes splits them 3 wide, but McCullough decides to go with the 6 of the Eagles. And now here comes Malik Ray to help out Forbes. It's going to be 3 wide going into 1 for the lead.
3 by 3 as we go into the... Where are we? Golly, we are on the backstretch.
Unfortunately, with those lanes being 3 wide, that's going to kill the bottom lane's momentum. We see him just drifting back and back and back. And that's just going to let that top lane drift away once again. Whenever they make that 3 by 3 move, we just need... There you got to get up top.
Yep.
Yeah. But unfortunately, as it gets closer and closer to the end, people are going to be less likely to care about it. You know, especially these top lane guys. You might be running 3rd in the top lane and get impatient, go down to the middle, and then find yourself back in 8th, 9th, 10th, even worse. But once again, as this middle lane starts to deteriorate and everybody starts to get back in a two-lane group, certainly benefits the bottom, and that backpack with all that jostling and 3 wide finally caught back up, so a lot more energy in the pack once again.
32 laps left to go here. Nagel's out in front. McCullough, Pearson, Hastings, Forbes, Lee Ray, Hennings, Ward, and
One big thing here, Rick, is if a caution comes out, obviously everybody has to pit for gas here, and they can probably make it to the end. I would not be surprised here if in 5 or so laps, if somebody wants to get risky, you could pit under green with your group. You have to have everybody execute, come back out, and run full bore. But if a caution comes out and you've already pit, you're good, and you'll cycle to the lead. So it could be something to watch for in these next 5 laps to see if anybody wants to try that.
Good strategy. I mean, really at this point, you got to gamble.
Yeah, I think especially if you're somebody, you know, like Hennings, who finds himself last on the top lane, or, you know, like the 26 back there on the inside, or Ray, or Craighead, or Glodich. You know, those guys kind of towards the back on the inside, you know. If you're near some of your teammates or anything like that, you might as well even think about it. If you can run faster than these guys in this big pack. Oh, contact! As we say that. But if you have some guys you trust to run fast, it might be worth it trying to take a gamble, come down and pit here in about 3 to 4 laps, and then run full bore.
Track has increased temperature-wise.
McDonald there, Larry McDonald in the middle playing ping pong with the inside and outside lanes. Alex still going to clear up in the middle. And that was about day over for McDonald right there. He got caught in a wicked game of ping pong where he was the ball there. But
down in front of him, barely gets his spot in.
Here comes those two, McCullough and Eagles, coming down to block that inside line. Leaves guess who? Mark Pearson up in front on that outside lane, just looking for some help.
Laps to go. Countdown begins as this race is winding down.
Seeing how all these guys are sticking it out on the bottom, Rick, it almost begs the question if somebody is going to try that pit stop strategy where you come down with some people, protect yourself from that caution coming out, and keep your track position. And they're inside of our window that we have estimated for them. So interesting to see how everybody's starting to abandon that top lane, though.
Absolutely. But you can't just come down with one or two or even three. I think you've got to
some.
Oh, here we go. They're coming in. Green flag stops underway.
Very important to execute here. This is a big group coming down pit road right now. You have to execute. No speeding penalties. Get as much as you can and take just enough gas to make it.
No speeding penalties were issued. They all came in clean.
Merry Christmas, Rick. You got your Christmas wish.
I did. Thank you, Santa.
That's going to leave Cody Niegels, Joshua McCullough, Alex Hill, Logan York, and Stephen Miles out on the track in your top 5. They got a little bit broken up because those guys came in, kind of spaced them out. This might be a slow lap for them.
Oh.
The last lap they ran was a 52.4, so we'll have to see what this lap is. Oh,
what is going on? Bob McCullough getting punted in the back by, not sure what truck that is, but catching.
We have more pit stops. We have more pit stops coming in here, Rick. It looks like everybody else is coming in.
That's the
for the most part.
That's the Joey Mosowitz truck that was getting in the back of 81. But you're right. The second half is coming in now.
There was a lot of contact between this group getting into the pits. This leaves just 2 drivers who haven't pit yet, with Jacob Glodich and Gregory Thompson. We'll have to see, as those 2 are just running out there by themselves. They're going to have to stay linked up and pit this lap to have a chance. We'll have to see where these guys blend out in accordance to the rest of the drivers who have already pit.
Six and 7 hook up where they should be. Ken McCullough brings out a caution, I think.
Yeah, that's going to kill Glodich and Thompson as they hadn't pit yet. Same with Bobby Hadaway. But that's going to cycle Cody Niegels to the lead. Pitting right there saved him.
Trying to figure out just what happened to the 03 there. He's in that sandwich between the 33. We got turned by the 33.
Yeah, it looks like they just weren't in cahoots. I don't quite fully understand the coming to a complete stop there. I guess felt like he was out of control and had to get it wound down, but unfortunate that that brings out a caution as we were about to see a great merge there between the freshly pitted group and the group that had pit before. That's going to absolutely derail the first group that pit as they were not able to get back around and challenge the second group. So the Eagles should cycle back to the lead with McCullough, Salyers, Guerrero, Hill, Miles, and York.
Number of drivers did not pit. That's Jacob Glodich, Greg Thompson, Bobby Hadaway. Also, J.W. Sawyers, Vicente Guerrero did not pit. So 5 drivers in our count did not come in. Assuming they will probably come in now, unfortunately.
So Sawyers and Guerrero were more than likely towards the back, and they were probably threatening to either be a lap down or were a lap down, and staying out there was their only choice, and it saved them. They're going to have to give up all this track position, come down, top off on fuel, but lead lap, and they should have fresh trucks ready to go. It looks like Rick Javorka is going to be the lucky dog here, so he'll get his lap back, be back on the lead lap, which will put 30 trucks on the lead lap.
That's huge.
No more pit stops needed. So with fuel no longer a concern, there will be 30 trucks who all have a chance.
26 laps to go as of now, which under 25 when we go back to
Definitely that strategy worked out for Niegels, McCullough, Hill, York, obviously.
I mean, you called it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if that had went green, to see if the field would have gotten broken up with there being 2 different big groups. It's normally pretty hard to keep everybody in the same pack. But definitely that pit stop right there saved Niegels. If he didn't pit on that lap and went one more, he would have certainly been screwed. He would have been back there with Klodich, Thompson, Malcolm. He would have been restarting 17th. As opposed, he came down, covered himself off, and now he keeps the lead.
Well, 6 has been in, and I'd love to say that he was just ran a clean. Well, he ran a clean race, but I'm saying that he ran cleanly, no incidents. But no, he's been just like everybody else out here. There's been lots of contact and door banging and falling back and having to fight your way back. Each of these drivers who are up front have gone through those same kind of challenges in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Niegels missing fenders. We've seen McCullough take big hits. We've seen Hill go from last to first. We've seen York go last to first. I don't know how many times. I mean, Miles was dominant early in the race and then kind of fell off. Malik Ray was just kind of hanging out, and same with Harper. And now, Wyatt Gray, we saw him have a big green flag incident that wasn't a caution, and now he finds himself back in 8th. Henning's gone through the same thing, adversity, and Garrett Jenkins finds himself in 10th. A lot of guys who have certainly all had different stories and different ways to get here, but all find themselves in the top 10 and duking it out to see who can win this thing.
All right, lights should go off on the pace car this time by. Then back to green.
Have to see what lane Niegels decides to take. Looks like he's going to take the bottom, which we've seen him have to work pretty hard for keeping the lead up whenever he stays on the bottom.
Yep.
If he doesn't clear up. But we've also seen him take the bottom, be able to clear second, going off into 1 and take first on the top. So we'll have to see.
I'll tell you, for a lot of these drivers right now, they've got they're tired. They've been focused. It's been a long day. Just a handful of laps left. They're thinking,
like you said, Rick, earlier, Niegels has been here and done this. He does money racing. He's used to it. He's used to the pressure of it. A lot of these guys haven't. I have very few experiences with it, so of course, the nerves are going to be a lot different for me versus him. I mean, we all want to win. We all want the money, but for those who have kind of been there, done that sort of thing, it certainly provides you a different level of thought. You're able to keep a clear head, and we'll have to see if that ultimately pays off for him, or if one of these guys can calm the nerves down, get the shakes out, and go get the job done.
all right, at the restart will be 23 laps to go. Cody Nagel lead this group. Entering the restart zone, and we are back to green flag racing. 25 laps to go here. And as expected, Nagels jumps up high. He's got that good drafting partner with Josh McCullough.
So it works very good with each other. 6 and 7 trucks, which that seems to be a trend nowadays. Looks like it's working out now.
Don't even say it. You've got Logan York as well, right up there.
Looks like Miles abandoned that inside. He got up top as well. Slots himself 4th in line. Some very strong trucks up there following Niegels and McCullough. It's either that inside line through that tri-oval, making some hay. Hill pushed by Harper. see if the Eagles can drag that group down, or if they stay by the wall, they stay by the wall. They'll let both Harper and Hill clear up top. Now see, first time we've seen Nathan Harper in this position all race long. There goes the Eagles down to the bottom. Try and take a run and go somewhere with it. Hopefully gets a push here from Hastings behind. Use that shorter distance in the tri-oval to help, but unfortunately there's 3 wide behind. We already know what that spells. Disaster for those 2 inside lanes.
Eagles is trapped down there on that low side, although you're seeing that same pitch coming. 77
Eagles
moves down.
Just barely unable to clear up there as Nagels. That's going to unfortunately hurt him as that middle lane has become more... Oh, contact there between Harper and Miles. That should help the inside line.
Big time.
Harper out of control, McCullough out of control. They are banging off each other right now. Somehow they keep it straight, and that's going to let Neagles and Hastings both clear up top.
So much jockeying for position here, back and forth. Unfortunately, now that low line is just kind of 2 trucks by themselves. That's not going to work.
Middle lane has the strength and numbers, which is ultimately going to hurt that inside line as well, but...
wrecking. 18 goes down. Big
time.
There
they go.
Oh, 18 of McDonald gets toasted there with the 102 as well. Buster Malcolm also damaged. Larry McDonald, Buster Malcolm both in that wreck. 17th caution comes out here, lap 168, just 20 laps from conclusion of the old St. Nick 500. Let's go back and see what happened to Mr. McDonald.
It looks like a good amount of right front damage, left front damage, missing a fender there, and we know he doesn't have a fast repair, so hopefully the iRacing Elves can fix him up quickly and he can get back out there and have a chance.
He's by himself down there on the low line, not doing anybody any harm, just kind of chugging along. And then in front, see the 18 go around, no place to go. I say that. Oh, there it is. The 102 of Buster Malcolm was just a victim of circumstance.
Bunch of unfortunate circumstances for a lot there. An 18 Air Force truck probably eating into the defense budget with the repair cost tonight. It's been in the air. Unfortunate victim and a lot of things that he had no control of. It's kind of the story for a lot of guys tonight, unfortunately. Just victim of circumstance. Don't expect anybody who has a clean truck to pit here. I think everybody should be good on fuel with those green flag stops, especially with the caution laps. They should prolong the fuel life, but got a little bit of damage. Probably should come get that fixed up here. Better to do it now than have to do it on lap 188.
Well, now position is king. You can't give up any position. You've got to keep it going.
Yeah, precisely. We'll have to see if Neagles can finally perfect one of these restarts. We've seen him have to battle back from, poor restarts. We see him, start on the bottom and then he moves to the top and ends up in third, or we see him start on the top and then the bottom prevails, or vice versa. And just seems like no matter what lane he chooses, it just doesn't work out for him. So we'll see if, about the 7th time is a charm here for Neagles on these restarts. He's been out front for a lot of the race and for a lot of restarts, so we'll see if finally he's got it perfected as we get this restart in with under 20 laps to go.
41 lead changes today so far. A lot of action here at Talladega.
I would have bet it was a lot more than 41 at this moment. It feels like the excitement and action that we've had up to this point has warranted more than 41 lead changes, but just goes to show Nagels and crew have been on it and led a bunch of laps as a result of it.
Get this back underway with 18 or so laps to go, 17 or so laps to go. Drivers unfortunately still in the pits trying to make repairs. Guerrero, McDonald, Sawyers, Jaborka, Cheney, Ken McCullough, Paul Witt.
And unfortunately for those guys that are laps down, you know, starting with Barksdale in the 00, everybody below him, unfortunately, they are out of contention at this point. Barksdale's 13 laps down, and with the laps remaining, just unfortunately no way for him to get it back. So, but we do have 30 trucks still eligible to take home this prize money.
Yeah, I think actually Barksdale has now officially retired.
Well, Rick, we've seen countless amount of restarts tonight. Obviously here, Eagles is going to take the inside, but what would you do if you were in Eagles' seat here on this restart?
Well, I'd be looking around for the guys I've worked well with. You know, Person was one, but none of his buddies that we've seen are up there close. McCullough's back there in 9th. His teammate though is Alex Hill. I think that's his best opportunity there for success. You know, we talked about teammates early on. If you're surrounded by them, that's great. If you're not, well, you make it work. But here he has his teammate right behind him, or right near him.
Yes. Certainly someone he's familiar with, probably in communication with, can hopefully time up this restart with him, and you know, maybe both of them slot into the top side, or they both stay on the bottom or something. But certainly, you know, you can do everything right with your teammate, but you never know what everybody else is going to do and if they go with you or not.
Well, that's the benefit of that team communication, whether you're in your Discord channel together or however you're able to communicate. That's do a countdown to the restart and really make it matter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly an advantage, especially being in control of this restart. Even if his teammate doesn't get a great restart, he knows when he's going, everybody else doesn't. So he can slot into whichever lane he wants as long as he executes this right. And he'll have to obviously defend it going off into 3, but hopefully should have some safety net coming out of 2.
Outside line's giving him a little bit of a gift there. Big bump. Kind of a hectic restart there.
Yeah, it looks like Mark Persons was caught a little nap in there. Wasn't quite ready to go, but look at Hennings and Malik Ray getting a huge push there. Both those trucks moving up with Neagles and Hill definitely stalled out that top lane just a little bit, and it let Hennings come in and take advantage of it.
Hennings to the outside in the lead. Neagles in behind. Malik Ray showing in third. Malik Ray in second. As that low line begins to build up some momentum.
No middle line right now, so that inside lane has a fighting chance, especially through this trioval here. We'll see if Ray can clear and jump up, or if he decides to stay down low with McCullough.
McCullough moves up where he tried to, but he got usurped by the 7. And the 7 drops back down the block. York.
Yeah, big contact there. McCullough and York are in the best positions, I think, here. They're both clear of the top lane, I believe. Oh, looks like York wasn't able to get up. McCullough does, and that middle lane obviously is going to help to stall out that inside lane. Should let McCullough, Hennings, and Eagles get clear of them all.
Six moves down. Realizes he's not going to make it from that 3rd and 4th position back. Oh, Doring! Big contact with the 7. McCullough got in the door of the 6. Now something sideways. They were wrecking on the front stretch.
There they go. 4 wide down to 3. Doesn't work out. Truck's going through the grass to avoid. You can see that one happening, Rick.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I think that 7 is toast. He's got, well, I said that last time, but he looks like he's definitely got some damage.
As the iRacing pace car does its best Logan York drift impersonation there through 1 and 2. McCullough was certainly ping-ponging off a lot of guys there for about half a lap, and I think it finally caught up with him on the exit of 4. Doesn't look too bad. Looks like some decent right front damage, maybe a little left front damage from the ping-ponging, but I think we've seen worse trucks come out perfectly fine. See, a little contact there has him all sorts of out of whack. Hennings did his best to try and stay off of him, then turns underneath him. Now it's 4 wide. Malik Ray underneath the double yellow line trying to avoid and just
4 wide.
so tight there. Craghead obviously doesn't know they're 4 wide, so he moves up a little bit and kind of just sets it off.
All that contact, the 2's involved. And here's 64 to the inside. 7 comes down, and then it's calamity.
Yeah, it looks like, I think that was the 77 of Hill. Just gave a slightly wrong tap to the back bumper of a truck I couldn't quite make out the number of, and everybody just kind of went for a wild ride. Ooh, big hit right there for the 74 of Hennings. That's certainly not good. It seems like these trucks are okay with truck-to-truck contact. Like, if they're hitting off of each other, they're going to be okay with about a minute of damage or so, but oh, what a narrow avoidance there from the 429. I think that is just barely missing a back bumper. But like I was saying, these trucks really don't like hitting those safer barriers. It feels like that gives you almost 3 times the damage as a fellow truck would give you.
All right, lots of trucks in making repairs. Over half the field finds themselves on pit road. But who finds himself out in front is Logan York.
Yeah, he fought his way through that mess, and now he finds himself out front. And this will be the first restart in a while that we haven't seen the 6 truck in control of.
Absolutely. Of course, he'll be to the inside or the outside, depending on which position Logan York selects. We'll go back to green with just over 10 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't really think York can choose wrong here. He's going to have 2 good pushers lined up behind him in Ray and Craghead. And then behind them, even another stout row of Forbes and Hill. So it'll be interesting to see which one he chooses. But, you know, we've seen the inside lane work. We've seen the outside lane work. So it's really just up to the drivers to perform.
Lights are on the pace car still. Next time by, they should go off. We'll see how that all plays out.
See, it looks like Joshua McCullough's back out on track already. Same with Mark Pearson. Bellotti back on track as well. So you still got some drivers in the pits just finishing up some last-second repairs, trying to get their trucks as close to 100% as they can. We have no trucks 1 lap down, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody gambles on going a lap down here, getting some more damage fixed, and then, you know, hopefully catching another caution, which I'd say is probably pretty likely at this moment in time.
It's quite possible we could see 1 more caution.
You know, maybe just one more.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like nobody's gonna elect to go the lap down, so we're still gonna have 30 trucks out here on track, who all have an equal chance of winning this thing.
Next time by will come with 11 laps to go.
Well, Rick, you sticking with your pick of the sixth truck of Neagles as your race winner?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm still keeping that going. I am shocked and surprised, but not by his talent and expertise. He's got all of that. Just all the calamity going on around him. He still has found himself up at the front. But
I
so is Logan York. So
Yeah, I can't blame you for really either of those two if you would have picked either. But I don't know, something about that 33 truck, man. He's I mean, he lagged out and he's came back, and now he finds himself in fourth, restarting here with the clean truck.
well, we said the same thing about Malik Ray, right? He was out as well with an
Yeah,
issue with his connection, and he's sitting in third. So I mean, top three drivers: York, Nagels, Ray, and put up Craighead. John Forbes also there in fifth. Some great drivers. Alex Hill also there. Just you're right. All the cream has risen. Top 10 drivers are some of the best drivers in this event.
absolutely. I mean, if you extend it two more in the top 12, you include Stephen Miles, who led a bunch of those early laps. So definitely, if you had to pick a driver, I think they're coming from the top 12 here.
But I've seen crazier things happen here in Talladega. You just never know.
Absolutely.
Especially coming out of three into four.
I
Stay
am very
tuned.
thankful that start finish line is where it is and not in the tri-oval for sure. So here we go. Logan York leading him into one, moves up into the top lane, covering off Neagles, but big pushes coming on that inside line between Malik Ray, John Forbes, John Ward, joined by the 33 of Craighead. He's fallen back a little bit from this restart, but finds himself now fourth on that inside line. No middle line though. So this inside line has a chance as Malik Ray takes over that top, leaving John Forbes Jr. getting pushed by John Ward on that inside.
Driving John to the inside with Craighead just kind of using that opportunity to explain the tail. Ooh, the two moves up, but the three bails out.
It looks like the 33 has a black flag that he has to serve, so
Yes, he
unfortunately,
does. Yep.
announcer's curse strikes again. Oh, but the wrecking!
Oh my
That might have
gosh.
saved him! I don't even know what kicked that off, Rick.
I have no idea. I know McCullough went through the grass. I think it started. We're going to have to go back and look. I'm not sure if that's Kenny McCullough, and it's definitely in the back of the field.
Like it was, right outside the top 10 is where that took place, and looks like it's a little bit in front of them in that lead pack. Looks like that outside lane got a little checked up, and then all of a sudden calamity arose. Looks like the 102 might have been involved of Buster Malcolm. Looked like he might have just been an innocent bystander. Might have been another bad push
I think Nathan
by the
Harper,
18 truck
possibly.
of Gray. Yeah, looks like Gray found himself in the back bumper of somebody else again.
All have
Oh
great.
no, looks like it's in front of him.
Yeah.
Is that Alex Hill maybe? The 77
What's at this
truck
run?
trying to.
So it's like that's Wyatt Gray is so close up against the safer barrier, but unfortunately he had ended up hooking.
It looks like the 77 there who went down the track. I think that's Alex Hill, I want to say. Looks like he tried to
Yep, you're
force
correct.
a hole there. Looks like he tried to force a hole on the right rear of whoever that is in front of him. I'm trying to catch a number there. Maybe that's, I think
That's
that's
the 6.
Neagles?
That's Neagles, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he tried to force a hole up there and they ping-ponged off of each other a little
Yep.
bit.
And that's
And
a teammate.
yeah, looks like, yeah, just there's barely a truck width there. Really hard to fit it in. Just unfortunately kind of got tail whipped there trying to fit it in and lost control. And then unfortunately Rick Javorka, the '08 truck, we haven't seen him up front race. And unfortunately as soon as he got there, gets taken out. But unfortunate for those guys. There's nothing they were doing wrong at all. Just riding along and all of a sudden you get cleaned out from somebody to your outside. Well, breaking here, according to Malik Ray in the driver's chat, there's going to be no green-white checkers. If they get another yellow, it will end under yellow due to time remaining in the session.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
the session timer only has about 9 minutes to go in it, and we're coming to 9 laps to go. So, unfortunately, due to the amount of cautions and such that we've had tonight, just not going to have enough time for it.
Completely get that. We've been here bringing the feature to you for coming up to 4 hours.
Yeah. Been a good 4 hours though, Rick. Been entertaining.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for letting me join you.
Enjoyed having you. Absolutely.
And we still got another 9 laps to go right now, so gonna go green with about 7 to go. Gonna have a 7-lap shootout to the end.
All right. Number of drivers are still in the pits making any repairs that they can get done. I think you are correct. I think driver who went in under caution, I think that was the 33, right? Went in for green, the black flag.
Yeah, it looks like he had to dip out and serve a black flag, which I think he was running right where those cars got involved in that wreck, so it might have been his saving grace. Obviously, he's 17th right now, going to have to come back from a little adversity, but, you know, with this hectic finish and the fact that we only have so much time remaining in the session, who knows? Might be able to get lucky and sneak up in there. As it stands right now, we have John Forbes in the lead, followed by Malik Ray, Logan York, and then Cody Neagles. John Ward rounding out your top 5. Yeah, I feel like those have been the guys that we've seen up front a lot tonight. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, Forbes has been in and out, Malik Ray's been in and out, but especially Logan York, John Ward, Neagles, I mean, even Alex Hill down in 8th. I feel like those guys have been up front all race long.
All right, lights are off on top of the pace car. We're in lap 181. We'll go back to green flag racing with 182, but the challenge here is the clock. We are going to run out of time at some point soon here in this event.
Yeah. You know, I think if we had one less caution, we would be fine to have some green-white checkers, maybe have a longer green flag run, but just unfortunately wasn't meant to be today. But, you know, we're going to hopefully have this last green flag run of 7 laps, go green the whole way through, and we're gonna crown a winner.
Regardless of what happens, we should be able to bring to you at least an interview at the end with our drivers. Try to get those podium drivers in the booth for a minute or two and play it by ear.
Should be a hectic restart here with the drivers kind of knowing what's at stake. Less than 6 minutes of sim time remaining. So we're going to go green with about 5 minutes to get through 7 laps. Going to be close to see if we can even get those laps in, but we shall see. I think we're gonna be in for a show here, Rick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Drivers are right now making their way into turn 4. John Forbes is your leader. Is your control truck.
See if Logan York has one more bonsai move he knows. Try and steal this one.
I kind of like it, if you're sitting back there 4th, 5th, or 6th, this is not a bad place to be. It's kind of a catbird seat.
Absolutely. Let these guys make the mistakes and you just sail on through. We see Forbes move up. He might have moved before the start-finish line. We're going to have to see if the race admins let that one slide, but right now he takes the lead up in the top lane.
That puts the 0-1 right there. Logan York with the 6 behind, pushing. A little bit of contact there. They're still all over the place with Malik Ray in the middle.
Yeah, a lot of contact right there. Malik Ray is trying to make this middle work. Let's see who Ward goes with. Ward's going to go with Malik Ray. But right now, Logan York's going to be out front. Can he clear with the pushes from Eagles behind? Malik Ray surging back. Don't count Forbes out there leading that top line.
Door to door up in the front. Ray and York.
Get saucy back here in the pack. I think we're 5 wide. Oh, Hill squeezes into a tight hole there on the top, getting it back down to 3, but Malik Ray leading right now with John Ford following close behind in second, knowing that any caution flag at any moment could end this race.
Outside line is making a run. That center line has really impacted the low line with Logan and the 6 of Nagels. They're trying to make it work. More contact.
There's no middle line right now. Forms. Trucks skating all around. Backend's not underneath any of these drivers as they're getting everything they can out of them, pushing everywhere they can. McCullough abandons that inside line. Momentum top line coming.
Low line and the middle line are basically backing up. Big push happening with Malik Ray out in front.
4 wide here going into 1. We've seen how this ends multiple times tonight.
Contact, spinning
and there they
around.
go. There's the yellow flag. I think that's going to end the race, Rick.
Well, if it does, that's going to put Ray, Ward, and Gray on the podium.
Dom 4 wide going off into 1, and we've seen that story play out about 3 or 4 times tonight. As it stands right now, I think that they're going to crown Malik Ray the winner.
All right, just a minute, I think, left in this session. Minute 30.
About a minute and a half, yeah. Just I was surprised with the 2 truck John Ward. I was surprised knowing everything going on with the session timer and everything else that he didn't try and take advantage of it, you know, and make to look a move sooner, knowing you only had at most 3 laps of racing left.
Super close. It was, but again, if you didn't feel comfortable being in that right spot,
Yeah.
second's not bad.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously second place does pay, and 20th I don't think does, so Difference between, solidifying at least some money versus no money.
Not quite sure just how this session will end. 30 seconds to go. I think if it does, the screen will just go to a wide shot, and then we'll bring you some driver interviews.
Maybe get some clarification from a race admin or something, seeing exactly what's going on before we declare the wrong person the winner.
Right, yeah.
But the race session is officially at 0000, so no time in the race session, but they are still on track.
And my session timer has stopped here. But we're still driving.
We are indeed.
Well, 20th caution here at the Old St. Nick 500. I think this race is going to end under caution. We have not heard anything yet from admin, waiting to hear some updates.
I don't think I've been part of something that finishes like this yet, so this is a new one.
See what happens next time by. I guess we could just finish under caution.
I guess we could.
Well, we've had 20 cautions for 59 laps, over about 44 lead changes. We probably would have seen at least a couple more before this event was through. But some of the best battles I've seen in a long time. Yep, I see it says unofficial results.
Yeah. Do see that as well, but I also now do see a new... Nope. I think... Yep, it looks like the race will end under yellow, Rick.
Yep, that'll be it. All right, let's see if we can make sense of all this. And we're going to keep our eye on Malik Ray, who is the winner.
What a well-driven race by Malik. He kept himself out of trouble for the most part. I think he avoided most of the major wrecks and wound up in the right spot at the right time.
Absolutely. All right, so while Malik Ray is currently celebrating his win here at Talladega in this long, hard-fought race, we're hoping to have some interviews for you momentarily. We do see we've got Wyatt Gray. We'll bring Wyatt in a second. Let's let Malik finish with his burnout.
It's a pretty good burnout there.
Yep, absolutely. There's your podium. Let's go ahead and bring Wyatt Gray into the booth. Wyatt, congratulations on surviving today's race.
Thank you. That was probably the longest race I've ever done, but I'm glad I could come out on the podium after like 24 minutes of damage combined.
Give us a little bit of a snapshot. I know we've got over 4 hours plus of racing here, but a lot of cautions. But give us some thoughts.
Yeah, the racing, even though we're wrecking like every 5 laps, it's still insanely intense because the side draft's so strong after this update. Like, you really want to be the one on the outside getting that left side draft, but obviously, people in here, they know they need to protect that outside. People are throwing crazy blocks, and I feel like we're 3 or 4 wide almost that entire race.
Well,
So Wyatt, I know we got to go back a long time to get back to your heat race, so hopefully you're not too brain fried for that. But in your heat race, it looked like you were one of the strongest pushers out of all the heats. You could really connect well and maintain the dominance that the top lane seemed to have all night. And then it seemed as we got into the race and the pack was bigger, the energy kind of changed. So was there something you were struggling with as far as pushing went that changed from the heat to the feature, or was it just a shift in mindset?
I'd say it was more of a track position thing. Like in the heat, there's only 11 of us or so, and obviously in the main, we've got 36 cars out here. And like if you push seventh or eighth in line, you might end up wrecking them. So you have to be more careful with that.
Absolutely. Well, job well done, Wyatt, and it was fun to watch you.
Of course, thanks guys. It's glad to be back on the IWM today.
absolutely. All right, that's Wyatt Gray finishing here in third. We're going to try and see if we can round up John Ward here. Let's see if we're able to reach John Ward. Can you hear us?
Yes, I got you.
Man, congratulations on your second place finish. Heck of a race today, long race. How you doing?
Man, I'm tell you, I'm a little tired. I'm not tired, but I'm a little wore out. Kind of. I mean, it wasn't a lot of green flag, but man, that was a long, long race, and we actually ran out of time there. But I had fun.
Well, again, congratulations. Give us some thoughts. We saw you. Really, you've looking at graphic. Man, you were down as low as 34th, up as high as leading. Just you picked up 26 spots in this event from qualifying. Really a great finish.
Yeah, yeah. Most of the time it was. I knew it was gonna be a long race, and I didn't want it to string out and be at the back and not be able to pit with the leaders. So I tried to go to the back a couple times, and I just couldn't sit back there. I just always wanted to go and go. I guess it was just hard for me to sit there, and it's just so much fun going up there and fighting with them guys. And I got caught up in a lot of wrecks there. Luckily, we had a fast repair and got some damage fixed. There was so many yellows and stuff, but it kind of kept me up there.
Well, congratulations on your second place finish. Excuse me, and good luck in the future.
You got it. Thank you guys for broadcasting and everything. And yeah, it was a long one. I had fun though, so I needed that second place. I've been getting wrecked out and finishing bad, so that's a good momentum builder going in the future.
You got it. All right, that's your second place finisher, John Ward, coming in second here at the Old St. Nick 500.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, so I'm looking around for Malik. I'm not sure he's in the Discord. I'm not sure he's available for an interview, but we'll put it up there. We'll talk a bit about Malik's finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he was one of the few who I would say ran kind of the race in a passive aggressive way. He made the right moves when he had to make them. He was aggressive enough to not get swallowed up and end up 25th, 26th there towards the end. But at the same time, you didn't see him making the same moves someone like Logan York was making. While Logan was extremely fun to watch tonight and certainly provided that entertainment.
Oh,
Malik just seemed to find himself in the right spots.
and he's found himself in the broadcast booth. Malik, congratulations. Man, that was a long race.
Yeah, it was. It was long. I think it was like what, like I think I've been sitting in this chair for the last like 5 hours or so.
You have. So have we.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a shame that it finished the way it did, but you started. You were as low as all the way at the back end of the field and drove your way back up around the middle of the event. Led some laps, but really some great consistency out there.
Yeah, I tried to just stay towards the back, and then after like I think lap like 120, then like I was starting to, I was trying to make my way up front because I knew that I didn't, I didn't, I don't know, man. I was just thinking about the time the whole time. Once we got 2 cautions and we had like under 4 hours left, and I think we were on like lap like 8, like like I just started to, just
Doing the
I was
math.
just paying attention to it, yeah, the whole time, and I was just trying to make sure I was up front at the end when it mattered. So.
Well,
Uh,
go ahead. Go ahead, Jordan.
So Malik, obviously you're a mainstay in the iRacing community, and we've seen you run all sorts of different types of races. Some where you seems like you try to lead every single lap at a super speedway, and others like today where you kind of ride around, bide your time for the most part, but make the right moves when it counts. So kind of the mindset obviously was to go as soon as you went past halfway, but how'd you kind of survive while people were throwing those wild blocks to stay level-headed during a 4-hour race and not kind of get on tilt at certain moments?
um, Honestly, it's just common sense, man. I mean, there's like some people they wanted to lead like every single lap, and I didn't really see a point in that. I just cared about, like just trying to be up front after like lap 160, and from there on out, I just tried to keep my track position. I was trying to help with my teammates, and we did a pretty solid job of working together. And at the end, I mean, everything just, it just went my way. And shout out to John too, John Ward and John Forbes. Both of them were helping me out at the end of the race because John, I think it was number 2. He had an option of either going with me or John Forbes down the back straightaway, and he chose me for some reason. So I mean, I appreciate him doing that because if he didn't choose me, then I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. So
Yeah, we saw
Right.
that Jordan picked it up in the restart. He made the executive decision to follow you, and it paid off. I think for both because at that point he could gamble and say, okay, I think I'd rather take 2 than 20th. So
yeah, yeah,
well,
yeah. That's pretty much what happened.
Malik, congratulations on surviving and winning the Old Saint Nick 500. Wish you all the best and hope you have a great holiday.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys. You too.
Do you have any shout outs before we close it out?
Roger Shelton at Tent Solutions. Obviously John Ward, obviously John Forbes, and all of my teammates. I appreciate all those guys.
You got it. All right, folks, that's your winner, Malik Ray, taking home all the loot in today's Old Saint Nick 500. Jordan, it's been a blast today.
Yeah, it certainly it lived up to some Christmas miracles for some for sure. We saw people go from last to first over this 4 hours, and I think for as entertaining as a 4-hour race could be, this certainly has to be up there. It might have been long, but it was not for a lack of action.
Absolutely. Well, from myself here at the IWM, and our results aren't populating because of the way that this event finished up. We thank you so much for tuning in, and hope you have a blessed holiday. Um, and and that's going to be it. That's all I've got. Good night, folks.